Ongoing conflicts, economic uncertainties, and challenges in trade and technology and climate are shaping the global landscape. There is a growing expectation, particularly from emerging markets and developing countries, that BRICS will play a constructive and stabilizing role. In this background, our discussions today are an opportunity to reflect on global and regional developments and to consider practical ways to strengthen our cooperation. Development issues remain central. Many countries face challenges on energy, food, fertilizer, and health security, as also access to finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both. Climate change remains a pressing concern.
Listen in now to what Iranian Foreign Minister Leakgate had to say, and especially when India is the chair for the BRICS summit.
The Strait of Hormuz is now suffering first and most from the U.S. aggression and the blockade that they have imposed on it. As far as we are concerned, the Strait of Hormuz is open for all, commercial vessels. But they need to cooperate with our Navy forces. So we have not made any obstacles. It is Americans who have made blockade, and I hope that that could be ended by the removal of this illegal blockade imposed by Americans.
So that was the Iranian Foreign Minister speaking as the BRICS meetings are currently on. This, remember, as India officially assumed the BRICS chair. Throughout the year, in the next few months, you'll expect a lot of meetings that are happening. India holds the chair for the 4th time. Focus areas are going to be especially economic stability at a time like this. There's UN Security Council reform, people-centric approach to development. And this is going to be important because we are talking about the bloc that's, as intergovernmental organizations, hold about 40% of the world's population when we talk of BRICS. There's, of course, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, and then more and more countries coming in: Ethiopia, Iran, Indonesia, Saudi, and the UAE. Prime Minister Modi, of course, also heading to the UAE and a 5 other nation tour of extreme strategic importance. Look at that. Before departure, the visit at the Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Modi meeting, and that's the visual, meeting the Russian minister and other dignitaries also. Every leader represented for the BRICS, a meeting, a handshake. These are, of course, protocol courtesies that were done by Prime Minister Modi. That was earlier Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, others as well, one by one. All of these, of course, remember, when we talk about Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE as well now. So the foreign ministers' meetings, senior dignitaries coming in consistently. S. Jaishankar also spoke about the value of the BRICS and how we can together form a bloc of our own representing 40% of world population. Pranay Upadhyay continues to be with us. Pranay, one, of course, BRICS are a regular affair. But at this juncture, amid the war, as India holds the chair, how significant do you think it is, and how is India using this as an opportunity to send out a message that we are a country that is a stakeholder, can become a mediator, can ensure we can work together, they can lead the BRICS nations?
You know, Pooja, the sutra or the mantra for India has always been, and for India's diplomacy and foreign policy has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And we know that, as far as the hosting of BRICS is concerned, BRICS foreign ministers meeting is on, and first session is already over. All these BRICS foreign ministers have called on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was a courtesy call, but this meeting is going to continue. Another session is still on, and tomorrow there will be a session on BRICS at 20, how the building for resilience, innovation, innovation, cooperation and sustainability. This is the theme set by India. And, setting aside the political differences, how BRICS countries, which represents almost 55% of global population, 41% of global economy, and the size and volume of
Pranay,
the
keep
BRICS
tracking this because these are constant meetings that Pranay is updating us at the Bharat Mandapam, which has become India's cultural center. The meetings are of foreign ministers right now, but more and more sessions are going to be organized in the weeks to come. Appreciate you joining us. We're going across to a big exclusive coming up on India Today. Look at that. The first interview, the Chief Minister of Kerala. Are you moving or are you
Okay. We're joined by the man of the moment, the Chief Minister-elect of Kerala, V.D. Satheesan. Sir, firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sir, a big moment for you in your life also. What's your reaction, actually?
I express my gratitude towards Congress President Rahul ji. They have taken a decision with the blessings of Madam Sonia ji. I'm very grateful to them. And I dedicate my chief ministership to the people of Kerala. And we have made many offers that we will start a new era. We will change Kerala. We will make changes. We will bring the Kerala as a #1 state in India. That is our hope. We will do for that.
So there was a slight delay and actually Congress supporters were a little upset with the celebration. So is it time to give them?
It's quite natural. Congress is a democratic party. The CLP meeting adopted a resolution and interested the Congress president to take a decision. All the leaders communicated. This is not a one-sided decision which is happening in BJP or CPM. And they have interacted with the MLAs, MPs, former PCC presidents, senior leaders, even a cross-section of the public. They have conducted. This is the democratic procedure, not happening in anywhere, any other parties. I'm proud of that, this procedure. Maybe you can say that it is delayed. Many states, many parties are delaying decisions. So this is a democratic process. I am proud to say that that democratic process is going on in my party. I am proud to.
Sir, do you think finally it's the people's verdict that has been accepted by the High Court?
Oh, that is.
There was a strong public sentiment.
Yeah. People are supporting the UDF. They wanted to make UDF government as a #1 government. Their hope is that. And our team UDF, thousands of workers and leaders work together as a single party. I have already stated to you that our team UDF is the model to the entire country for the coalition politics.
So one last question. During your KSU time or Youth Congress time and also in the ministry, whenever part of it. So do you feel like it's a poetic justice that's right?
No, this is happening in politics. Sometimes we were sidelined. Sometimes we will get opportunities. There are so many very efficient people. Those who were with us are not even an MLA. I have been in the assembly for the last 25 years. My party has given me a chance. But somebody is not getting that opportunity. That is happening everywhere in all the parties. But I'm happy with that.
So thank you so much.
Right now, the first interview of Kerala Chief Minister-elect, first on India Today, speaking about what precisely is his wish, the expectations that he has of people. Shibimol KG getting us that big interview of V.D. Satheesan, the name that was announced just a short while ago by finally the Congress leadership deciding. A consensus was reached on it. And we'll play out that interview again for you. The first time we hear what the Chief Minister-elect of Kerala has to say. Grateful to the people of the state, of course, and then apart from gratitude, stating that there will be all expectations that he'll be looking at and wish to fulfill. Remember, V.D. Satheesan is an experienced politician. Now, of course, first time chief minister for sure, but he understands the state, he understands the vision that people of Kerala expect. So therefore right now, and we're going to play that exclusive in just a short while for you. So 61-year-old V.D. Satheesan, who's now going to become the Chief Minister of Kerala, has already served the Legislative Assembly multiple times. In fact, from Paravur has been representing it since 2001. So let's listen in again to Chief Minister-elect Kerala, V.D. Satheesan.
We're joined by the man of the moment, the Chief Minister-elect of Kerala, V.D. Satheesan. Sir, firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sir, a big moment for you in your life also. What's your reaction actually?
I express my gratitude towards Congress President Rahul ji. They have taken a decision with the blessings of Madam Sonia ji. I'm very grateful to them. I'm very grateful to them. And I dedicate my chief ministership to the people of Kerala. And we have made many offers that we will start a new era. We will change Kerala. We will make changes. We will bring the Kerala as a #1 state in India. That is our hope. We will do for that.
So there was a slight delay, and actually Congress supporters were a little upset with the celebration. So is it time to give them?
It's quite natural. Congress is a democratic party. The CLP meeting adopted a resolution and entrusted the Congress president to take a decision. All the leaders communicated. This is not a one-sided decision which is happening in BJP or CPM. And they have interacted with the MLAs, MPs, former PCC presidents, senior leaders, even a cross-section of the public. They have conducted. This is the democratic procedure, not happening in anywhere, any other parties. I am proud of that, this procedure. Maybe you can say that it is delayed. Many states, many parties are delaying decisions. So this is a democratic process. I am proud to say that that democratic process is going on in my party. I am proud to.
Sir, do you think finally it's the people's verdict that has been accepted by the High Court?
Oh, that is.
There was a strong public sentiment.
Yeah. People are supporting the UDF. They wanted to make UDF government as a #1 government. Their hope is that. And our team UDF, thousands of workers and leaders work together as a single party. I have already stated to you that our team UDF is the model to the entire country for the coalition politics.
Just one last question. During your KSU time or Youth Congress time, and also in the ministry, whenever part of it, so do you feel like it's a poetic justice that's right?
No, this is happening in politics. Sometimes we were sidelined. Sometimes we will get opportunities. There are so many very efficient people. Those who were with us are not even an MLA. I have been in the assembly for the last 25 years. My party has given me a chance. But somebody is not getting that opportunity. That is happening everywhere in all the parties. But I'm happy with that.
So thank you so much.
So the 6-time MLA, 61-year-old V.D. Satheesan finally has now been announced as the Chief Minister to become Chief Minister designate basically for the state of Kerala. It took 11 days for the Congress party to be able to finally deliberate, discuss and finalize this name. So this is of course the big news that has come in for the state, and we're going to tell you about what precisely is the decision that has been taken and what does it represent. 102 seats that were won out of 140-member assembly. So clearly that was a thumping majority for the UDF in the state of Kerala. And V.D. Satheesan had been the face of the UDF while there were other two front-runners as well. Finally, it is the destiny, the fate and the merit, of course, of V.D. Satheesan that the Congress High Command decided to make him the next Chief Minister. We're told that he emerged victorious in the closely watched leadership battle against Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal, and there was also name of Ramesh Chenitala. The announcement was made in Delhi by senior Congress leaders Mukul Vasnik, Deepadas Munshi and Ajay Makan. KC Venugopal had strong backing though from the MLAs, but the Congress ultimately went with the leader who had already become the public face locally of UDF's revival. Listen in to all the reactions that have come in since then.
Has been come. Congress High Command decided V.D. Satheesan as the Chief Ministerial candidate for Chief Minister for Kerala government. Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating V.D. Satheesan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of V.D. Satheesan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala. Certainly, we are totally with the government of Kerala.
हम लोगों ने अभी पूरा विस्तार से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया है कि कैसे कंसल्टेशन हुआ और कैसे सब लोगों से बातचीत करी गई, सब फॉर्मर पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट्स को दिल्ली में बुला करके बात करी गई, सब एमपी से बात करी गई, सब लोगों से बात करने के बाद में ये तय हुआ और एक्सटेंसिव डिस्कशन हुआ।
जो लोगों की पसंद है वही डिसाइड हुआ। मिलने का समय कब?
लोगों की पसंद 100 से ज्यादा सीट्स यूडीएफ को दी है, ये लोगों की पसंद है।
The Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee wholeheartedly welcomes the decision announced by the All India Congress Committee proposing the name of Sri V.D. Satheesan as the new Chief Minister of Kerala. This is a welcome move. Congress Committee considering all the situation, and we extend all congratulations and support to the new CM Sri V.D. Satheesan, and we will convene the meeting of the CLP immediately after the observers arrive and Trivandrum at 4 p.m. approximately.
So finally the name has been announced. So all the 5 states and the union territory that went to elections, all the chief ministers have been announced, and especially 3 new chief ministers. And V.D. Satheesan, a huge responsibility also on his shoulders, though a massive achievement. 6-time MLA finally gets to become the chief minister of the state. Stay tuned, I'm heading into a very short break. When we return, more news and updates on that side.
You are watching India Today.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Right, big news coming in. Delhi government has announced work from home. That's the big breaking news coming in. 2-day work from home has been adopted by the Delhi government. This is the budget push. Prime Minister Modi leading by example, cutting short on his cavalcade. 2 vehicles only, the visual that we had seen yesterday. Now, 20% fuel cut for Delhi Sarkari Babus. It's Chief Minister Rekha Gupta announcing that no car day appeal for the national capital Delhi. Then adopting a 2-day work from home. Change timing also for the government offices. Delhi is set to mark a metro day, which is used the public transport day, no vehicle, no car. And so national capital Delhi is leading with these optics, with this posturing that's come in, that it's need of the hour. We need to save on fuel and to be using as least as possible when it comes to what has been addressed and said by Prime Minister Modi as well. That's the big news coming in. Curb on government vehicle use also in Delhi. Massive save fuel push. Capital set to cut back big time. So that's the big news coming in. One by one, all of them taking this seriously. Listen in now.
पेट्रोल और डीजल की बचत हो ताकि हमारा ईंधन की खपत कम हो. इसके लिए हमने 2 लेवल पे, एक गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे, एक प्राइवेट लेवल पे. गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे दिल्ली सरकार में 2 दिन हर हफ्ते वर्क फ्रॉम होम रहेगा. 2 दिन हर हफ्ते वर्क फ्रॉम होम रहेगा. और इसी तरीके से प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स में भी हर एक कंपनी, इंस्टीट्यूशन, उनको कहा जाएगा कि वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें 2 दिन के लिए. ये एडवाइजरी होगी. और लेबर विभाग हमारा इसकी निगरानी करेगा. जितनी बड़ी कंपनीज हैं जहां पे ज़्यादा एम्प्लॉइज काम करते हैं, पर्सनली हम लोग बात करेंगे, मंत्री जी बात करेंगे, मैं खुद बात करूंगी, हमारे ऑफिसर्स उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि वो अपना 2 दिन का एज पर देयर कंफर्ट 2 दिन वो वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें.
All right, I have a big news coming now. Look closely on your screens. We are going to show you multiple images all within 24 to 48 hours from across the country. What does it mean? Let me go one by one. In Uttar Pradesh, for example, there were 104 people who lost their life. Look closely on your screen, and only because there was a recent storm and rain in the state. Out of 104, 4 people died due to lightning strike. 52 injured, 130 animals also lost their life, and 104 in total dying due to the recent storm. And after this, remember, there was in Delhi, there was hailstorm. There's been a heat wave announcement that has come in. There's a heat wave announcement that's come in for the northern Indian states, especially Rajasthan. Already temperature turning about 40 degrees Celsius. Now look at this visual on your screen. One of the visuals that's got everyone's attention, that's a man. A man who's flying off because of the massive storm that took place. This was in Uttar Pradesh, and this basically, in fact, took a while for our team also to confirm if this was AI or if this was a real footage recorded on mobile. And I can confirm to you, this is a real footage, a viral video of a tin shed of a wedding house that blew away and a man flying into the air because of the storm. This was a wedding house that blew away and took the man also, and we can see at least a few meters, and he landed on the ground. How do we know it's a real footage? Listen in now to Nanne Mia. Nanne Mia is the one flying into the sky because of the storm. This is in Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh.
मतलब एक्शन बहुत तेज लकूदा आ रहा था। लकूदे के साथ में ऊपर मतलब 30-40 फीट ऊंचा चले गया। हमें ना पता कहाँ गिरे, क्या हुआ। कम से कम 50 फीट दूरी से।
नहीं तो आपने उसको पकड़ रखा था, क्या था?
हाँ मतलब पकड़ा नहीं था, मतलब गाड़ी के जोड़े खड़े हम में रस्सी पड़ी हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ रस्सी पकड़ी थी और गाड़ी हमारी खड़ी थी, वो रस्सी पकड़ ली थी कि ऐसा हम जान से रुक जाएंगे, नहीं रुक पाए तो वो रस्सी टूट गई, ऊपर चले गए।
अच्छा। आपके साथ कुछ लोग थे?
हमारे साथ तो मतलब 2-4 लोग थे, मतलब नीचे गिर गए, मतलब कुछ गिर गए और मतलब हम चले गए।
तो आप उड़ के खेत में जाके गिरे?
हाँ मका के खेत में गिरे थे, कम से कम 50 फीट ऊंची से और करीब 30-40 से ज़्यादा होती, मतलब 20 मकान गिरे थे। मैं टीन गिरी, टीन के साथ में ही चले गए।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
तो टीन शेड को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे थे आप?
टीन शेड रोकने से ना रहा, मैं उसमें रस्सी पड़ी थी तो मतलब ऐसा है कि मतलब हमारी जाएगी, हम जहाँ रस्सी से रुक जाएंगे, तो मैं रस्सी से टीन से सब चली गई।
Well, at least I'm glad that he's alive, ready to at least tell us what exactly happened mid-air. But importantly, these 3 visuals that I'm going to show you and wrap the bulletin with is to also think about it. There's been a hailstorm, rainstorm, and there is a heat wave warning. Multiple weather changes between 24-48 hours in the North India belt already. Is this also climate change that we are looking at, where the confusing weather patterns that are emerging? On that note, stay safe, take care of yourself. I'm wrapping up this bulletin. Stay tuned to India Today Television at 5 p.m. Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor with latest updates on NEET. Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
This is a new beginning. A new era.
After a sweeping electoral mandate, Vijay assumed office as Chief Minister. One of his early decisions was to appoint his astrologer as officer on special duty in CMO. Pandit Ricky Radhan Vetrivel, who is considered the man behind Vijay's cosmic connection, quickly came under scrutiny from both allies and the opposition. As controversy escalated, Vijay maintained that his government is committed to good governance and would examine the matter. Following the backlash, the Chief Minister has now revoked Pandit Ricky Radhan Vetrivel's appointment as OSD. The AIADMK took potshots at Vetrivel after his appointment was scrapped, wondering why the astrologer could not predict his own fate. However, sources in TVK described Vetrivel as an important figure in Vijay's journey. He is credited with predicting TVK's political tsunami. Vetrivel reportedly linked TVK's numerology with Vijay's rise in politics. He was once closely associated with late Chief Minister Jayalalitha. he reportedly predicted that Amma would avoid conviction in the disproportionate assets case. But she was convicted and jailed in 2014. After the verdict, Jayalalitha distanced herself from the astrologer. Many of Vetrivel's claims have sparked controversies. In an earlier video, Vetrivel advised chanting mantras to avoid heart attack. Revoking the appointment of Vetrivel as OSD is the first rollback by the Vijay government. The more pertinent question is, why was an astrologer appointed in the CMO? With Pramod Madhav and Anagha Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 5 Live. I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor. Two top stories that we've got our eyes on today. We'll start by unearthing a story and an angle on leak, on the NEET paper leak that is going to make you want to really question the government. We found out, we dug deep into the entire leak fiasco and found out that in 2024, when the paper had leaked, at that time, there were guidelines set up by a special committee of experts. A former ISRO chief sat down on it and he gave a step-by-step into what should be done to ensure it never happens again. And then there was a check done on those guidelines in 25, only to realize the government had been sitting on it. They had the solution, they knew of the problem, they also knew where it is coming from. But the Education Ministry has been sitting on this matter for the past 3 years. We'll decode why we are saying that and have some questions for the Education Minister on the program that I'll take you through. Also, on the other side, I happened to speak with the doctor who was treating Pratik. And what I can tell you is that it's not steroids that killed him, it's something else. Something called Lama. What exactly is it and why you and I should care about it? What lessons can be learned from this is also what we'll focus on the program. But as always, first up, let me take you through what else are the headlines on Top of 5. The NEET leak money trail has deepened. Another accused, Manisha Akmare, is in custody, a Britician by profession, now under the scanner for suspicious transactions. 10 lakh deposited into her account with 31 different sources. Investigators say she's key aide of the main accused, Dhananjay. The money trail is now at the center of the probe. V.D. Satheesan named next Kerala Chief Minister 11 days after the United Democratic Front scripted a sweeping victory in Kerala by winning 102 seats in the 140-member assembly. The Congress has finally ended the suspense over the Chief Minister's post. Satheesan thanked lakhs of Congress workers for the win, says the party will move forward as one team. Vijay MLA sparks row with abolish Sanatan remark. The controversy erupted after the VNS Mustafa was asked about the return of Sanatan eradication rhetoric and TVK's stand on it. In response, TVK's MLA said that as followers of Periyar and Ambedkar, they had entered the political arena to abolish Sanatan. BJP hits back sharply, questions why Vijay has not sort of condemned the MLA earlier remarks as well. The AIADMK rift is now out in the open. After the Tamil Nadu floor test, a vertical split has emerged within the AIADMK. 25 rebel MLAs backed the ruling TVK, also prompting EPS to swing into action. Both EPS faction and CP Sanumugan have now approached the Assembly Secretary separately. The party has now cracked the whip. Rebel MLAs removed from key party posts. Fuel savings push hits Delhi and it could change how the city works. Rekha Gupta government has now announced 2-day work from home plan for its employees, along with a 20% cut in fuel allocation. From 200 litres earlier, government officials will now get just 160 litres as part of the broader push to reduce consumption. There's also a no car day appeal, revised, office timings and a big push for public transport with Mera Bharat, Mera Yogdan at the center. The big breakthrough in Punjab army camp blast case. Punjab police has arrested the prime accused in the Jalandhar BSF headquarters blast case. Remember, the bomber inserted his own SIM card inside the IED. Punjab police confirms that the accused is a resident of Punjab and had allegedly used an improvised explosive device, that's an IED, to carry out the blast. Meanwhile, the national capital is hosting the key BRICS meet. Our Foreign Minister Jaishankar, during the opening session of the summit, said the meeting is taking place amid an ongoing conflict, economic uncertainty, and that BRICS meet enables an exchange of perspectives on crucial matters. Prime Minister Modi also greeted Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov at the meeting, also being held at Bharat Mandapam. The Trump and Xi Jinping handshake and warm meeting at Beijing's Great Hall of People. Trump calling it the biggest summit ever. Struck a personal note as well, describing Xi as a friend and expressing confidence in stronger ties. Xi, however, made China's position very clear, saying cooperation must outweigh differences, but warning that Taiwan remains a red line. Both Trump and Xi discussed Iran and agreed on the need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to stabilize global energy supply. Xi opposed any tolls on vessels over there and even signaled interest in buying more of the US oil, reducing China's dependence on Gulf imports. With trade, Tehran, Taiwan on the table, this summit could shape the next phase of US-China ties, also the global economic setup. And India's wholesale inflation accelerated sharply in April 2026, with the wholesale price index-based inflation rising 8.3% from 3.88% in March, driven mainly by steep increase in fuel, crude oil, and metal prices. All right, for the next story, I want you to sit back and understand the chronology. I want you to sit back and understand how the events unfolded. The warnings were not acted on. Education Ministry was not blindsided by the NEET 2026 leak. It was forewarned in writing by its own experts, not once but twice. The first warning came in October of 2024. A high-level committee of experts chaired by the former ISRO chief, Dr. Radhakrishnan, handed the Education Ministry a precise, actionable report. He said that following changes must be done if we want to avoid any such leaks in the future. Remember, 24 was when a leak had happened. What did he say? We dug up all those papers to find out the top key takeaways. He said that print papers at the exam centers, encrypt them in transit, geotag the transport, blacklist any center with a history of malpractice. Very clear-cut measures that the expert panel and the committee had asked the Education Ministry to do. These were not vague advisories. They studied the subject for months and came up with a step-by-step fix. Then there was a second warning that came, this time a year later, in December of 25. What happened then? The Parliamentary Standing Committee reviewed what had changed since the report. The answer that they got was this, that essentially very little was done. What had happened? The blacklisted firms were still winning contracts. Say they were blacklisted from Madhya Pradesh, but the same firm found its way through Rajasthan. Blacklisted in Maharashtra found its way through Kerala. Blacklisted firms were getting innovative, but still winning contracts. NTA's examination failures were piling up. The committee then told the NTA. NTA was informed, think of that, in an official parliamentary document saying, act now. This is December of 25. But what did the ministry do? What did Dharmendra Pradhan do as the education minister? Looks like nothing. The question we are asking tonight is not just about the accused. Of course, we'll talk about the money trail. Of course, we'll talk about how did it actually happen, the accused, the CBI, which is going to deal with them and all of that. But the question is about the minister who received not one but 2 warnings. He presided over the system that ignored both. And now what has he to explain to 24 lakh students and their families? Why was nothing done? That is not an investigative question, remember. This is a policy question, and it needs a straight answer. Now, here is the part that needs to sink in a little bit. Let's go back. Let's rewind a little bit more. This is not 2024 problem. In fact, it has been a 2018 problem. The previous government as well. Go back to 2015. The Madhya Pradesh Vyapam scam happened. Medical seats, government jobs, police recruitment they were bought out, they were sold through a network so deep it took years to even map it. Over 2,500 accused. 2,500 accused in this entire scam, and when the investigations would sort of come down, it would become like a file that has been passed away. Headlines would fade away. They would move on. All of us moved on to another story as well. No national framework for examination security was built. Nothing structural changed. And what happened? 3 years later, in 2018, CBSE papers were on WhatsApp the night before the exam. Again, 28 lakh students woke up that morning not knowing if the paper were all about to write had already been sold to someone else. The re-exam was ordered. Reforms were announced. The external printing presses, the very point of compromise, stayed exactly where it was. Same problem, same modus operandi. They had the solutions, they still did not act. So when 2024 happened, it was not a surprise. Which is why 26 should not be a surprise for those in the system who know what is at fault. It was a consequence. And when 2026 happened, it wasn't just a consequence, it was a choice. The policy makers and the education ministry simply does not care to implement suggestions which have been handed over to them by the inquiry that they only formed, by a committee that they formed. All they had to do was just implement. Because by 2026, this government somehow had a roadmap. That's at least a good thing. They had a roadmap. The HLCE had specifically recommended that the NTA build 1,000 government-owned testing centers to get private contractors out of the examination chain. All right, they shouldn't be privy. They should not have access. This was written in the report. That did not happen. The private players are still there. The external presses are still printing the papers. And the parliamentary committee confirmed just 6 months ago that blacklisted firms are still finding their way back in. All of what I've told you is not some investigative journalism, mind you. This is documented. These are documented facts. All of it on record and all of it ignored. So when Dharmendra Pradhan speaks about this leak, and he should, he's not opened his mouth so far, but he should, there is one question that needs a straight answer. It's not about the accused. It's not about the investigation timeline. It is which of the 2024 recommendations were actually implemented? And importantly, why were they not? Because that answer will tell us what happened this week was a failure, not just of investigation, it was a failure of political will to sort out the future of the youth of this country. The CBI will find its individuals. It usually does. They'll get to the bottom of it. Their web is already wide. They have caught on to most of the prime accused in this case. But the individuals did not build this system. They just found the gaps in it. And those gaps were flagged. They were documented. They were handed to the government not once but twice. The reports are on record. The recommendations are on record. And now, So is the leak. On record, what we only don't have on record is an answer from the Education Minister. Why? Why did you not act upon it? Makes me really angry when you understand all these details, makes you so upset that why does the government sit on initiatives like these? This is about the future of our country, right? These are about aspirations, people who really want to serve back to the nation in form of medicine. But having understood that, there is work happening on the investigation front. Let's tell you about that a little bit. As the probe into the NEET 2026 paper intensifies, the real story now is on the money trail, exposing how the leak network actually operated. In the NEET leak probe, investigators are now zeroing in on what could be the key. We are told it's this woman, Manisha Wagmare, a beautician by profession, but sources say she ran an admission consultancy in Pune, charging up to 25,000 rupees to facilitate medical admissions. Now, under the scanner, after 10 lakh rupees were deposited into her account from as many as 31 different sources, investigators believe she is a close aide of the main accused Dhananjay and may have played a crucial role in moving money through the network. And this is how the alleged leak web actually unfolded. Let's tell you all about that. From Lokhande to his associate, Dr. Omkar, to Shubman, the paper leak suspect, remember the first one who was actually caught, the entire chain is now in front of the investigating agency. The paper is then allegedly sold onwards. All right, it started there. Lokhande to Omkar, Dr. Omkar, then to Shubman, and then the paper leak suspect, remember, and from allegedly there sold onwards, reaching the councillor in Gurugram and then eventually in the candidates, to the candidates and their families. That's what the whole web there actually looks like. Very organized in its planning, in its form. Clearly not the first time they're doing it. It's a multi-city network, a clear chain, and now a money trail that could expose the entire operation. What exactly is CBI doing differently to have cracked it at such speed? This report will take you through that.
The big fish are being protected. Shocking claim by a NEET leak accused while in CBI custody, alleging that influential people are being protected and only small fries are getting nabbed. Despite the claim, CBI has intensified its probe into the NEET paper leak case. And layer by layer, shocking details of the leak are coming to the fore. Sources informed India Today that CBI is probing 6 leads, including exact source of paper leak, possible mole in NTA, and bringing Bihar paper leak gang under scanner. The central agency has also taken another suspect, Manisha Wagmare, into custody from Pune. And with her arrest, a huge trail of possible illicit transactions has come to light. Informed sources said Manisha is a close aide of accused Dhananjay Lokhande. She worked as a beautician and also ran an admission consultancy in Pune, where she allegedly charged 25,000 rupees from each candidate to facilitate medical admissions. Sources added that investigators discovered deposits worth 10 lakh in her account from 31 different sources. CBI has nabbed several accused in the case, including Dhananjay Lokhande, Dinesh Bewal in Jaipur, whose family saw 4 members clearing NEET. Arrested accused Shubham Khernar from Maharashtra allegedly started the chain reaction in the paper leak case. He operated from an office in Nasik.
You can see behind me, there's a board. SR Education Consultancy. We help students to career in MBBS, BAMS, BTS, BHMS, all UG, PG, paramedical and engineers. Admission process, guidance, management and support, Dr. Shubham Khernar. Also his mobile number is mentioned. This consultancy was run by Shubham Khernar, the prime accused who has been arrested by the CBI in the NEET paper leak case. Shubham Khernar is the link who provided the question paper, the case paper, which reached Haryana, then Rajasthan, then to multiple coaching institutes and to multiple students across various states. Shubham Khairnat was running this consultancy in Nashik's high-profile commercial complex. You can see over here, this was his office.
AAP workers in Ahmedabad staged a protest against the paper leak. But for nearly 23 lakh students, the damage has already been done, and an uncertain future awaits them. With Divyesh Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so you understood how this has repeatedly been happening. Now you've understood the entire chain of operations as well. But let me bring in a perspective here from somebody who's actually reported this news from the ground. Sharat Kumar, my colleague, joins us. Sharat, क्या ये सब शुरू हुआ उस फेसबुक पोस्ट से जिसमें एक व्यक्ति बहुत बोस्ट करके अपने लोगों को बता रहे हैं कि हमारे परिवार के 5 लोगों ने इस साल नीट क्रैक कर लिया है? ये 25 की बात है. And now we understand that the same person who boasted about this on Facebook back in 25 is in the dock. So something went wrong, which raises questions on the 25 operations as well. पर आपकी क्या जानकारी है इसके बारे में?
देखिए सोनल, ये जो मैं अभी खड़ा हूं आपको दिखाते जाऊंगा, दृश्य भी आप देखते जाइए, विजुअल। ये सीबीआई की टीम आ गई है और मैं जमुआ रामगढ़ में जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं आप, दिनेश, मांगीलाल और विकास जो एमबीबीएस कर रहा था, उसके घर पर मौजूद हूं और सीबीआई इस घर के अंदर है। अक्यूज को लेकर आए हैं यहाँ पर, घर पे तलाशी ली जा रही है। लेकिन मैं बताना चाह रहा हूं कि ये कोई नया नेटवर्क नहीं है, ये कोई नया नेटवर्क नहीं है, बहुत पुराना नेटवर्क है जो अब तक सीबीआई जिसे नहीं पकड़ पाई थी। और इस बार जो है मांगीलाल और दिनेश जो पेपर लेके आए यस से वहां पर गुड़गांव से, दिनेश के मन में लालच आ गया और वो लालच की वजह से सीबीआई ऑफिशियल्स आपको विजुअल में दिखाई देंगे सोनल। और ये घर है जहां पर आप देखिए सब सीबीआई के अधिकारी आए हुए हैं दिल्ली से, जो दिनेश के घर में और मांगीलाल के घर में जांच कर रहे हैं। तो दिनेश के मन में लालच आ गया और उसके बेटा जो नाबालिग था, वो जो एग्जाम दे रहा था, जिसके बारे में बताया जा रहा है कि वह भागा हुआ है ऋषि, वो वहाँ पर बेचना शुरू किया इस पेपर को पीडीएफ की कॉपी बनाकर और बाकी कंसल्टेंसियों के जरिए, जिसके जरिए कई कोचिंग संस्थानों तक पहुंचने का आरोप लगा। उसमें से एक राइवलरी रहती है कोचिंग संस्थान का, तो एक कोचिंग संस्थान के टीचर ने शिकायत कर दी। शिकायत करने के लिए थाने गए, थाने से भगा दिए गए। तो फिर ये एनटीए को शिकायत किए और एनटीए ने आईबी को बताया, आईबी ने राजस्थान पुलिस को बताया और राजस्थान पुलिस ने एसओजी को दिया। एसओजी 3 दिन तक इसको लेकर बैठी रही क्योंकि सभी 90 बायोलॉजी के और 45 सभी केमिस्ट्री के सवाल मिल रहे थे। अब उसके बाद अभिषेक सिंह जो है एनटीए के, वो कहते रहे 3 दिनों तक नहीं ये गेस्ट पेपर है, हम पता कर रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं। देखो जो आप शुरू में बता रही थी सोनल, ये भी बहुत पर्टिनेंट है कि अभिषेक सिंह को कितना वक्त दिया गया है इस एग्जाम को तैयारी कराने के लिए। क्या वो अप्रैल में आए हैं और मई में एग्जाम करा रहे हैं? क्या एनटीए के डीजी को इतना ही वक्त मिलना चाहिए? कहीं ना कहीं सिस्टम में झोल है। जो सीबीआई में हमारी लगातार बातचीत हो रही थी एसओजी में, कोई ना कोई अंदर का व्यक्ति है जो पेपर को लीक कर रहा है, अंदर की इंफॉर्मेशन पहुंचा रहा है, जिसकी वजह से लीक हुआ। अब ये घर है, इस घर में आप देखिए पिछले साल 5 लोग एमबीबीएस किए हैं और 5 लोग सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज में हैं। अब ये दिनेश और मांगीलाल महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी इसलिए हैं कि ये कुरियर हैं, ये बताएंगे कि हम कहाँ किन लिंकों से जुड़े हुए थे, यस हो या मांगीलाल हो या फिर जो
आप एक तो बहुत मौके पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, वहां पर बिल्कुल मौके पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और सीबीआई उस समय घर के अंदर, ये सारे विजुअल्स हमें बहुत उम्दा दिख रहे हैं। पर मेरे 2 सवाल हैं आपसे। आपने खुलते ही बोला पहले कि ये कोई नया मामला नहीं है, ये कोई नया नेटवर्क भी नहीं है और आपके हिसाब से ये पहले भी होता आ रहा था, इस बार सिर्फ इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। और दूसरी बात आपने बोली कि अगर 25 में इनके घर के 5 लोग हैं जो अब सरकारी कॉलेजेस में पढ़ रहे हैं, क्या उनके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई होगी? ये मेरा दूसरा सवाल है, जरा इसके बारे में भी जल्दी से बता दें।
देखिए, दो पहला सवाल यह है कि हाँ, ये पुराना नेटवर्क है, जैसा कि सीबीआई और एसओजी को पता चल पा रहा है, क्योंकि आपस में ये जुड़े हुए थे और काफी दिनों से जुड़े हुए थे। ये सीकर मॉडल इसलिए आप कह सकते हैं कि सीकर में ये परिवार पिछले 4-5 सालों से फ्लैट लेकर रह रहा था और वहां पर कई लोगों से ये जुड़े हुए थे। तो ये सीकर में इस तरह से कई सालों से जुड़े हुए थे और बाकी कंसल्टेंसी के थ्रू जुड़े हुए थे। और दूसरा सवाल आपने कहा कि क्या उन पर भी कार्रवाई होगी, तो हाँ, जो सवाई माधोपुर मेडिकल कॉलेज में विकास पढ़ रहा था प्रथम साल का, जो पिछले साल एमबीबीएस सरकारी कॉलेज में एडमिशन लिया था, उसे अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है और बाकियों के से भी पूछताछ जारी है। दौसा में जो लड़की पढ़ रही थी प्रगति, वो छुट्टी लेकर वहाँ से निकल गई है और जो बेटा इस बार दे रहा था वो भागा हुआ है। तो उन पर भी ये नज़र है और पिछले बार किस तरह से पास हुए हैं, क्या हुआ है, उस पर भी नज़र है। क्योंकि आप पोस्ट देखिएगा सोनल, तो पोस्ट में 6 अक्टूबर 2025 का है, यानी रिजल्ट निकलने के बहुत दिन बाद उसने बताया है कि मेरे 5 बच्चे सेलेक्ट हो गए हैं। और यहाँ पर किसी को पता भी नहीं चल पा रहा था कि किस तरह से पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं। तो ये और सीकर का एक चीज और थोड़ा सा बता दूं, सीकर का एक पुराना मॉडल रहा है कि गेस पेपर में ये क्वेश्चन पेपर को लीक करते हैं, इसलिए भी सीबीआई की नजर सीकर पर है।
जी शरद, ये पूरी जानकारी देने के लिए, इतने अच्छे से मैं बताने के लिए और ये पूरी खबर ब्रेक करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपकी सारी रिपोर्ट्स काफ़ी उम्दा रहती हैं, ये वाली, तो प्लीज़ इसे फॉलो अप करते रहिए और भी हमें बताइए कि क्या चल रहा है इस पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में। सो शरद देयर, माय कॉलीग, ब्रिलियंट रिपोर्टर देयर ऑन ग्राउंड हु एक्चुअली broke the entire story. The fear was, as we've been reporting here, that, you know, back in 25 also the paper was leaked in, you know, that it did not get spoken about the way it got spoken about in 26, and that's the real sad part in this story. All right, but there are more updates coming in on this story. Let's take you through that. And news just coming in that CBI has now produced all the 5 accused before the Delhi court and has sought a 7-day custody. CBI has explained to the court how the leak paper traveled. We just showed you that map also, remember. So they have also showed that in detail to the court. Also, the CBI says that Shubman was held from Nashik, gave the leaked question paper to Yash, who was arrested from Gurgaon. Then CBI also said that we had gone through the WhatsApp and Telegram chats that were around 100 questions enabling people to score about 600 marks, which is sufficient to obtain marks in government colleges. Remember, NEET-UG paper had been recovered from the accused Mangi Lal, and also Shubman to Yash to Mangi Lal to Vikas to Dinesh. This is the trail that has been formed. CBI seems to have enough evidence and they have presented the same in court. Devesh, my colleague, joins us from Nashik for more on this. Devesh, it seems like the timeline that you had been speaking about is exactly what the CBI has presented in court as well. I want to understand, which way is this investigation going next? Is this just a branch of the entire larger tree of leak, or this is the main branch?
Well, as you earlier pointed out, that this is a web, this is a grid of counselors, admission counselors, as pointed out by my colleague Sharadji also, that these counselors created a network. They were helping, or they were running consultancies, helping aspirants to get admission in medical colleges. Then somehow they got their hands on this guest paper, which consisted a lot number of questions which actually appeared in the NEET question paper. This is not just a simple case. This is a conundrum which requires immense patience for the law enforcement agency, for CBI, to crack this network. They have as of now reached the person Shubham Khairnar who leaked the paper to Yash Yadav in Gurugram, and further it travelled to Mangilal, Dinesh and others. But for Shubham Khairnar, he was helped by one Dhananjay Lokhande, who has also been detained and taken by CBI to Delhi. What we learned from sources, then now Dhananjay Lokhande is also an admission counsellor. Dhananjay Lokhande was in touch with Manisha Wagmare. She is also an admission counsellor.
Yeah.
And this morning we broke the story on India Today that Shubham Khairnar, who himself is a medical student, was also running a counselling agency called SR Consultancy in Nashik, which has branches in Bhopal, Akola, Nashik, Pune and many other cities across the country.
And what this tells you
this
is
is
what?
a grid of admission
This tells you,
counselors.
exactly. Devesh, what this tells you is that ये सिर्फ 26 की बात नहीं है. This cannot be a one-year process. It has to be a web and it has to be a network that is in operation for years. Because how are these companies being built up? How do they have contacts? How is this actually coming out? And this is the only year 26 when the paper has been cancelled and a probe has actually been ordered. They must have been carrying it out for several years. And that is a shocking part. Thanks, Devesh, for coming to us with all those details. But the NEET web just keeps deepening and keeps highlighting what systemic and policy, gaps really exist in the system, with the government and the Education Ministry has been turning a blind eye to. All right, and the other big story that we are tracking, and I'm sorry to not bring any other good news to you at this point, but your monthly budget may not have changed just yet, but the warning signs, they are flashing. Why do I say that? Because wholesale inflation numbers are out and they have jumped sharply to 8.3% in April from just 3.88 in March, the biggest rise in 3.5 years. See that again, from 3.88, almost 4%, to 8.3. Now, why does this matter? What exactly is wholesale price inflation? Let me explain to you. Now, wholesale prices are the first signal. They show the cost pressures before they actually hit your and my wallet. Meaning, when companies pay more for fuel, raw materials, and logistics, those higher costs eventually get passed on to you and me in terms of the MRP then. What's driving the spikes? I'm sure you've guessed it by now. The massive surge is on fuel prices, jumping from over 1% to nearly 25%. We haven't seen it impact, but the impact is coming, and the impact will be huge. Along with rising manufacturing costs that jumped from 4.62 to 3.39 there. Right? Also at the heart of it, a global energy shock with the West Asia conflict pushing up the crude oil prices. For now, retail fuel prices are being held. We don't know how long that will last, but LPG prices are already rising. And the risk of a pass-through is building up. Pass-through meaning passing over to you and me. And if that wasn't enough, even the forecast we have got, even forecasters, that they were looking at the situation, they got it wrong. Inflation was expected at 4.4. It came to 8.3. The forecast was 4.4, keeping all the geopolitical tensions, the war in mind and all of that. But even that came wrong, and wrong by half, more than half. The sharp upside surprise and a clear signal that price pressure will be hitting soon. But talking about rise in prices, let's talk about one that has already been passed on, which is the price of milk. Now, you saw that news already yesterday, but let me explain why milk is costly today. It is not just about the dairy items. It is about the packet in which they come. Milk prices have gone up across variants. Amul, Mother Dairy, sort of revising their rates as well. 2 rupees per litre hike now is in effect from the 14th of May. And you know, when Amul and Mother Dairy revise their prices, everybody in the market jumps up as well. But here's the bigger story, like I was telling you. It's not the milk price that has gone up. It's the cost of the packaging and the packet that is going up. The severe plastic crunch that we are facing because of the war, driven by sort of polymer shortages and sort of rising global prices as well, is pushing input costs higher. From packaging to transport, supply chain pressures are building and the companies are passing those costs on, which is why ab doodh mehenga ho gaya hai. So what you are seeing in milk today is what I was talking about. Wholesale inflation basically means that it could be passed on to other essential items as well soon enough. All right, let's move on from that story and take you to UP now, where another story has unfolded. This is the story of a 38-year-old man, fit, young, also the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, husband of Aparna Yadav, but at 38, he suddenly lost his life. And ever since the news broke, social media has been on fire. Is it steroids? Is it protein powder? How can a healthy young man really die? I mean, look at him. He's a gymmer. He owns a couple of gyms as well. He's bulked up. People said it had to be steroids, no? Let me tell you, breaking news, it's not. We spoke with the doctor who was treating Pratik, not just in the interim, for the past 5 years. And what she's told me is very disturbing. And I'm bringing these details to you today only because I want you to learn a lesson which is at the end of the story. So please stick around to understand this. This is not a steroid story. This is a DVT story. And it ends up with a decision that Pratik made. And no one could stop him. That costed his life. Now, what happened 5 years ago? Let me quickly recap. Pratik Yadav walked into a clinic with a chest pain and breathlessness. They ran a couple of tests and he was diagnosed with DVT, deep vein thrombosis, a condition where blood clots form inside the deep veins of your body. You would have heard sometimes they get it in their calves, sometimes it travels in your body. You know, it can appear anywhere. They are very dangerous. Now, on its own, DVT can be managed. Once you know about the problem, you are generally put on blood thinners. There are regular checkups and monitoring required. And that is exactly what Pratik was doing for 5 years. He stayed under the care of the doctor. There was support at home as well. Life was going on until the 29th of April this year. What happened on 29th of April? His doctor got a call that Pratik was rushing to the hospital because he was again feeling very dizzy. He had a massive chest discomfort. He was feeling breathless as well. In fact, the previous day, he had had a fall. They ran tests, put him in the ICU immediately. For a couple of days, things seemed to be stabilizing. See, with a disease like DVT, you need constant monitoring, otherwise it gets difficult. So he was being looked at, they were tracking all his markers, they were running tests and scans on him. Then came the 1st of May. 1st of May, when Pratik told the doctors that he just wanted to go home. Now, the doctor said, no, you can't. You have to be in the hospital. It's a serious condition. I can't let you go off. And then Pratik insisted. The doctors had to let him go back home on something called LAMA. What is LAMA? Please understand this, and I would suggest not to use it ever. It's called leave against medical advice. It is not a discharge that the doctor is giving you. It is doctor saying कि मैंने मना किया था. The patient is insisting and overriding the doctor and is still walking out of his will. That is LAMA. He signed those documents and he went. The doctor has described that Pratik was the kind who, if he had made up his mind, nobody could reason him. She also explained to us that the doctor told Pratik that this is suicidal. His wife, Aparna, was there in the room. She reasoned with him as well. She requested him. Pratik did not listen. Why? Why did he want to go back home? Now, this is where a lot of you who have ever had an ICU visit or had anybody in their family will connect. Pratik just could not stand the constant beeping of the machines inside the ICU. You know, the noise that comes in. He just could not stand it. It was making him very anxious. There was constant nurses coming in, going out, etc. It's not easy. He got very restless and he said, I want to go back home to my children. The doctors reasoned, his wife reasoned, but Pratik had made up his mind and nobody, not even his doctor, his wife, could change that. He signed the LAMA, he walked out. Now here is something important. Pratik was not left alone at home. He had a nursing staff of not 1 and 2, but 3 people who were looking after him round the clock. 24/7 care was happening for him. His doctor stayed in touch with him. She recalled to me that the last time she spoke to him was the 3rd of May as well. She confirmed that Pratik was taking all his meds. He was, was under the care of the hospital, of the nursing staff as well. Everything was going fine. But then that call came on the morning of 13th of May at 5:55 a.m. Pratik Yadav was declared dead at a civil hospital. And the postmortem report actually has gone viral. But I'll give you a quick glimpse of that now. The postmortem report obviously tells you that it is DVT. The DVT is not new, like we told you. He was suffering from it for the past 5 years, his doctor has confirmed. The records show that the cause of death is cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thrombosis. That's DVT. It had traveled to his lung. The clot had been managed for 5 years and finally broke free and reached his lungs. There are 6 injuries in his body. The doctor explained all of them, 3 of them from the fall that he had had on the 28th of May. That is 7 days before he died. and that is the other one was just the day before, both because he had lost consciousness. And what happens is that when you are on blood thinners, the injuries, they also get bigger, right? That's a vague way of me to explain to you. Okay, but these are serious enough. When he had had the fall also, they were serious enough that the doctor had ordered a CT scan to check if everything was fine. Now the injuries, remember, like I was telling you, they look more severe than they might otherwise because Pratik was on blood thinners. And this is what sort of anticoagulants do. They make bruises look more dramatic. It is not evidence of anything sinister. It is the biology of a man, sort of, a long-term medication who fell twice. Now, why I'm telling you all these stories in details? Because there is a lesson in this for all of us. Now, why did Pratik take that call to sign the llama and go back home? He thought he's 20, he's 38. He fell a couple of times. He thought he would be fine. Maybe he believed that nothing is going to happen. He's got age on his side and, it's nothing serious. It's fine. He missed his kids. He just wanted to get out of that hospital atmosphere, go home. He did. And look what happened. I'm sharing this story in hope that somewhere, someone watching the story will think twice. If your doctor tells you that you cannot leave, please listen. The beeping of the machines, the discomfort of the hospital room, the longing of being with someone else, someone you love, is all worth it, but it's not worth your life. Small discomforts inside hospital exist to prevent the permanent silence outside of it. Pratik did not die because of steroids. He died because he did not listen to his doctor. And he was stubborn about it. So take that as a lesson when you think about Pratik's story. All right, on that note, we're going to take a very quick break. Coming up on the other side, we'll bring you the latest on the Trump and Xi Jinping being in a meeting. A very pompous show has been put up. They seem to be on the same page over Iran, they claim, and the urgent push to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But what exactly does this mean on the three big flashpoints, that's trade, Tehran, and Taiwan? We'll tell you all the details on the other side of this very short break.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you in the sky of our own. Feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
से जब से मोदी सरकार आई है टोटल हमारे देश में 93 पेपर लीक हुए हैं, 93, और इनमें अधिकतर पेपर डबल इंजन ट्रिपल इंजन की बीजेपी की एनडीए की सरकारों में लीक हुए हैं। और अभी पिछले 1-2 दिन से खबरें आई हैं, ये जो नीट का पेपर लीक हुआ है इसका एपिसेंटर भी राजस्थान है, और इनमें जो 2-4 लोगों के ऊपर सुई गई है वो भी बीजेपी के नेता दिखाई देते हैं। तो इससे शक तो पैदा होता है कि क्या इन सारे पेपर लीक में इनके नेता शामिल हैं, या इनकी पार्टियों का या सरकारों का संरक्षण है, या सीधे सीधे इनके नेता ही पेपर लीक करवा रहे हैं, उन्हीं का धंधा है। और अगर ऐसा है तो सीबीआई की जांच इसमें बेचारी क्या करेगी, सीबीआई इसमें बेचारी क्या करेगी?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Turning our focus to everything that's happened with the Trump and Xi Jinping meeting. They discussed Iran and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Let me give you through some quick pointers over there. US President and his Chinese counterpart were in agreement that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be opened to support global energy needs, according to the readout of their Thursday meeting by the White House office. Also, Xi also opposed any implementation of tolls on vessels crossing the strait, which effectively has sort of closed since the start of the US and Israel war against Iran. Point number 3, she expressed interest in China purchasing more US oil to reduce future Chinese dependence on Gulf oil, according to the official, who was not authorized to comment publicly but spoke on conditions of anonymity. And point number 4 there is that the leaders also discussed further stemming the flow of the precursor chemicals, also fentanyl, into the US and increasing Chinese purchases of the US agricultural products. And as Donald Trump and Xi Jinping meeting of the Grand Hall of People happened, you're looking at pictures of that on your screen right now. The world is watching closely with trade tensions, Iran and Taiwan all on the table. The next report really breaks down for you the symbolism, the signals, and the sharp messaging behind all those smiles. Take a look.
Red carpets, military salutes, carefully choreographed smiles. 2 superpowers, 1 table. Donald Trump arrived at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for a summit designed to project stability, even as the world edges deeper into geopolitical uncertainty. The optics were grand. Rows of Chinese honor guards lined the entrance. School children waved American and Chinese flags. Trump called Xi Jinping a great leader and a friend.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today. First Connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
Xi responded with a message of coexistence, saying the success of China and the US should be seen as an opportunity, not a threat. But behind the diplomatic theatre lies a tense agenda, shaped by three explosive T's: trade, Tehran, Taiwan. Xi Jinping issued a blunt warning on Taiwan, calling it the single most important issue in the US-China ties, and cautioning that mishandling it could push both nations towards clashes and even conflict. At the same time, the shadow of Iran loomed large over Beijing.
和国际及地区形势深入交换意见。
We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals.
推动中美关系稳定、健康、可持续发展。
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio made it clear Beijing is both America's biggest geopolitical challenge and its most important relationship to manage.
We've made clear to them, that any support for Iran would obviously be detrimental for our relationship. That obviously is going to come up in this conversation. On trade, look, the United States is very clear. We have to be able to make our own stuff. We cannot depend on China or any country for that matter for 100% of anything that we need.
And while political tensions dominated closed-door talks, corporate America was also watching closely. Top CEOs, including Elon Musk and Tim Cook, were a part of the high-powered American presence in Beijing, signaling that business interests remain deeply tied to the outcome of this summit. The handshakes were warm, the language was careful, but beneath the ceremony lies a hard geopolitical reality. The world's two most powerful nations are trying to manage rivalry without sliding into confrontation. Bureau Report, India Today.
तो मेरा जेनजी से सीधा सीधा देश के युवाओं से सीधा सीधा पूछना है कि ऐसे ही चलेगा या कुछ करना है। ऐसे ही हर साल आप देखो 2017 में पेपर लीक हुए, उसके 4 साल बाद 2021 में हुए, उसके 3 साल बाद 2024 में हुए, उसके 2 साल बाद 2026 में हुए, अब उसके 1 साल बाद 2027 में होंगे और हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता है। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है। इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
multi-state scam, a paper leak like no other. NEET exam cancelled and lakhs of dreams shattered. As CBI probe deepens, more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet. After Shubham Khernar in Nasik, CBI has nabbed another accused, Dhananjay Lokhande from Maharashtra's Ahilyanagar. Dhananjay is the man who gave the NEET papers to Shubham Khernar, after which the papers were circulated in different states. Shubham allegedly sold the papers to a Haryana-based doctor. Shubham Khernar will be taken to Mumbai for further probe. India Today tracked down his flat in Nasik.
Shubham Khernar had gotten the NEET paper and he shared it with multiple people. He purchased the paper for 10 lakh rupees and then sold it for 15 to 20 lakhs to multiple people. Initially, he sold it to a person in Haryana and then to few other people in other states as well.
Later, brothers from Rajasthan's Ramgarh, Mangilal Biwal and Dinesh Biwal, bought the paper from a Gurugram doctor for an aspirant in their family. Meanwhile, possible political links of Biwal brothers has also surfaced. Photos of Dinesh Biwal with Rajasthan Education Minister Madan Dilawar and MLA Mahendrapal Meena has also surfaced, giving a new spin to the probe. Youth wing of both opposition and BJP staged protest demanding action against the culprits. Politics over the case is escalating. Opposition not leaving any opportunity to target centre over the paper leak. While BJP has promised that culprits will face justice.
हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
Hello and good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, we focus on all the big headlines coming in from the south. Yes, our top focus this evening, therefore, is going to be the fact that 11 days on, finally, the state of Kerala has a chief minister. V.D. Satheesan is the chosen one, prevailing over K.C. Venugopal. We'll decode for you why. Why the Congress High Command has taken this decision, the repercussions of this decision, because already there's murmurs of dissent within the KPCC. We'll be getting you details of exactly what I'm referring to, but also coming up on the show this evening, what's happening in Tamil Nadu? What is the brand new Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu up to? Chief Minister Vijay has put the spotlight on a crackdown on liquor. Whether it's about shops that are close to educational institutions or places of worship, or now ensuring underage drinking is not a crisis, we'll take a look at a reality check conducted by my colleagues on the ground on how much of these orders are actually being implemented on ground. We'll have TVK's Revant also joining us here on India Today. So lots lined up for you over the next 1 hour. We begin with the headlines first. After a deadlock of 11 days, VD Satheesan named as the next Keralam Chief Minister. Satheesan will meet Keralam Governor today to stake claim to form the government. Oath ceremony likely on May 18th.
Our team UDF is the model to the entire country for the coalition politics.
Vijay's MLA gives brazen abolish Sanatan call. TVK MLA Mustafa says we're on ground to abolish Sanatan. BJP hits out, says Vijay hasn't condemned Udaynidhi or his own MLA. NEET Leakgate probe widens. CBI produces 5 accused in Delhi court and explains how leaked paper travelled from Nashik to Gurugram to Jaipur. Another accused, Manisha Wagmare, in custody. Suspicious money transfer under lids. Big breakthrough in Punjab Army camp blast case. Jalandhar IED blast bomber arrested. Bomber inserted his own SIM card inside the IED. Mastermind of blast, Pakistani terrorist Shehzad Bhatti. New Delhi hosts key BRICS foreign ministers meet. Prime Minister Modi meets Iranian FM Abbas Araghchi, Russian FM Sergei Lavrov amid rising global uncertainties. And Trump meets Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. Both discuss need to open Hormuz Strait. Xi opposes charging toll to vessels and even signaled buying US oil. Taiwan trade also discussed during meet. After an endless wait of 11 days, finally Keralam has its Chief Minister. And it's VD Satheesan who's been named by the Congress High Command. We're standing by for the first images of the Legislative Party meet. But we're getting you now a mega exclusive. Hours after that announcement, VD Satheesan spoke exclusively to India Today's Shibi Mol, in which he spoke about the decision that was made by the High Command, his regard for KC Venugopal, who remember was also lobbying hard for that particular post of Chief Minister. But ultimately it's VD Satheesan who's prevailed. Let's cut across to that exclusive conversation.
We're joined by the man of the moment, the Chief Minister-elect of Kerala, VD Satheesan. Sir, firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sir, a big moment for you in your life also. What's your reaction actually?
I express my gratitude towards Congress President Rahul ji. They have taken a decision with the blessings of Madam Sonia ji. I'm very grateful to them. And I dedicate my Chief Ministership to the people of Kerala. And we have made many offers that we will start a new era. We will change Kerala. We will make changes. We will bring the Kerala as a #1 state in India. That is our hope. We will do for that.
So there was a slight delay and actually Congress supporters were a little upset with the celebration. So is it time to give them?
It's quite natural. Congress is a democratic party. The CLP meeting adopted a resolution and interested the Congress president to take a decision. All the leaders communicated. This is not a one-sided decision which is happening in BJP or CPM. And they have interacted with the MLAs, MPs, former PCC presidents, senior leaders, even a cross-section of the public. They have contacted. This is the democratic procedure, not happening in anywhere, any other parties. I'm proud of that. this procedure. Maybe you can say that it is delayed. Many states, many parties are delaying decisions. So this is a democratic process. I am proud to say that that democratic process is going on in my party. I am proud to.
So do you think finally it's the people's verdict that has been accepted by the High Court?
Oh, that is.
There was a strong public sentiment.
Yeah. People are supporting the UDF. They wanted to make UDF government as a number one government. Their hope is that. And our team UDF, thousands of workers and leaders work together as a single party. I have already stated to you that our team UDF is the model to the entire country for the coalition politics.
One last question. During your KSU time or Youth Congress time and also in the ministry, you were never part of it. So do you feel like it's a poetic justice that's right?
No, this is happening in politics. Somewhere sometimes we were sidelined. Sometimes we will get opportunities. There are so many very efficient people. Those who were with us are not even an MLA. I have been in the assembly for the last 25 years. My party has given me a chance. But somebody is not getting that opportunity. That is happening everywhere in all the parties. But I'm happy with that.
So thank you.
And you've got the first hints of a rebellion within the KPCC as a result of VD Satheesan being chosen. And guess what? It's not KC Venugopal. It's Ramesh Chennithala, who is also in contention for the post. Ramesh Chennithala is reportedly miffed, likely to say very clearly he doesn't want a cabinet post and even is in all likelihood going to be skipping the legislative party meet. What we're hearing is that Ramesh Chennithala, who really fancied his chances this time, has expressed his displeasure also to the High Command. So because of three factions in the KPCC, Ramesh Chennithala is the one who's objecting now. And mind you, Rahul Gandhi met with KC Venugopal this morning. There was no such meeting with Ramesh Chennithala because the assumption was that he was someone who would be okay with whatever the High Command decides. Clearly not. He's put down his foot to say, I will not be a part of the cabinet. Let me bring in Shibi Mol, who's joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibi, first of all, congratulations on having that conversation with VD Satheesan, who's clearly elated with the fact that he's finally been chosen by the Congress High Command. But already you're seeing now ripple effects of that. Ramesh Chennithala reportedly very, very upset. And he's not just staying away from the cabinet, he's not even going to attend the legislative party meet.
Well, Akshata, interestingly, we don't know where is he also because, he came out before the announcement from his residence. He greeted the media and said that he doesn't want to speak now. Let's wait for the announcement. Post that, nobody has seen him. He's not answering any calls or anything. We're assuming that he's at his residence itself. But from his camp, we're learning that he will not be attending the CLP meeting today. He has expressed his displeasure before the High Command and also saying that he will not be part of the ministry also. So this is, we expected this faction to, this rift to take place right after the Chief Minister's name was announced. Not just VD Satheesan, whoever's name would be, High Command could have chosen anybody and there was a faction or there was a rift that was expected already. So that's something that we are witnessing right now. Even in KC Venugopal's response also, there was a question posed to him whether, he will be moving away from the AIC's General Secretary post, and his immediate reaction was, do you want me to give away that post also? So there's a clear-cut fiction and, factionalism that's going to continue within the Congress party. So VD Satheesan has a very, very major task ahead to bring all these people. He knows very well that his MLAs, more than half of his MLAs are not standing with him, but they stood very strongly with KC Venugopal. So the big task for him will be to bring all these people together and also first sort out Ramesh Chennithala's issue, because KC Venugopal as and such will not be part of the cabinet or the government here. But Ramesh Chennithala is not like that. He's a very senior leader, the senior most leader right now in the party, and VD Satheesan will have to sort out this issue with Ramesh Chennithala and bring him back and convince him about being part of the ministry and also being part of the party's affairs. because you cannot lose a leader like him as you move ahead in the 5 years of governance in Kerala. So a lot of challenges ahead for VD Satheesan, but right now the Congress party has solved one of its biggest crises, that was announcing a name as Chief Minister, and that's been done.
The assumption was always that this was largely a fight between KC Venugopal and VD Satheesan, and that Ramesh Chennithala would be okay with the choice of VD Satheesan. Clearly not. He's making it clear that he is not happy. Many would also say that this is because Chennithala's fancied his chances this time as a result of the factionalism, that he would be the most neutral and perhaps safest choice, but that didn't happen. And secondly also that perhaps this is his last shot at really the CM chair, which is why perhaps he's also upset. We'll have to see if the High Command reaches out to him in any way. But Shibi, I'll request you to stay with me. Let's just break down for our viewers all that's transpired in the last few hours. Every single day questions were being asked of how long the Congress will drag this on. That 11 days, there was still no clarity on who would be the Chief Minister. It wasn't an easy decision to make, a rather difficult one. But having said that, finally, the Congress took their pick. It was essentially about whether they go with KC Venugopal, who had the MLA support, or go with VD Satheesan, public sentiment. Since the people of Kerala largely believed VD Satheesan should be the Chief Minister. He's been the face of the UDF for the last 5 years. And clearly what's prevailed is public sentiment.
After 11 days of suspense, endless lobbying, backroom power games and a battle between the cadre's choice and the High Command's favourite, Kerala finally has its Chief Minister.
Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satheesan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
After the UDF's thumping victory in 102 seats in the 140-member assembly, the Congress has finally chosen VD Satheesan as the next Chief Minister of Kerala. A 6-time MLA and the aggressive face of the UDF campaign, Satheesan has beaten Congress High Command's favourite and heavyweight KC Venugopal in a high-voltage leadership battle that kept the party on edge for over a week.
We have to make changes. We have to start a new era. I promise to the people of Kerala that there should be a new Kerala. For the youngsters, those who are coming up, the next generation, for the next generation also, we will be very careful. We will dedicate. We are going to change the definition of political work. I hope that political work should be a dedication to the people to change their living standard.
Satheesan also thanked KC Venugopal and Ramesh Chennithala, both contenders for the post, for extending him their support.
Both are my leaders and my seniors. I'm junior to them. They have helped a lot for this wonderful victory. As a General Secretary organization, he helped a lot in the elections. It is his state. He is an MP from Kerala. And Ramesh Chennithala was the campaign committee chairman. He was my leader for a long time. I was with him. I was a close lieutenant of him. But now the party interested me. They selected me to lead Kerala.
Venugopal welcomed the decision and reaffirmed that the party and its workers are supreme to him.
Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming that decision. I am congratulating VD Satheesan for this position. I think that people of Kerala has given a big verdict for the UDF. The government under the leadership of VD Satheesan can fulfill the aspirations and promises of the people of Kerala.
Sources say the battle was never straightforward. While Venugopal reportedly enjoyed strong backing from sections of the High Command and many MLAs, Satheesan had what Congress simply could not ignore: grassroots momentum and public connect. So why the 11-day delay? The delay was driven by a deadlock between the camps backing VD Satheesan and KC Venugopal, with MLAs and party cadres divided over the choice. The party was also trying to maintain factional balance and ensure a smooth transition of power after the UDF's massive victory. The Congress also held consultations with UDF allies, while cabinet formation and power-sharing talks further delayed the final decision. In the end, the Congress chose the leader the cadres wanted, the face voters identified with, and the man many in Kerala already saw as Chief Minister. With Shibimol KG in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
So why did the Congress High Command go with the VD Satheesan and not with the KC Venugopal? Let's break it down for you point by point of what worked out in favour of VD Satheesan. Someone who has a strong grassroots connect, has been the face of the UDF for the last 5 years as the leader of opposition. And then on the other hand, you have KC Venugopal, seen as Delhi-based, and the constant criticism was that he would be kind of parachuted, paradropped into Kerala when he's had nothing to do with state politics and has always been with the AICC for the last many years. That was the one issue that most majorly went in favour of VD Satheesan. But besides that, there's also the fact that he is a seasoned Keralam face. He's a 6-time MLA from Paravur and has won consecutively 6 times over. And that tells you really that he has a track record of success of performing irrespective of whether the UDF came to power or not. As far as KC Venugopal is concerned, there was a lot of backlash from rivals. And the biggest point was that he didn't even contest the assembly election. He's a member of parliament. And so that local flavour again missing as far as KC Venugopal goes. He's been the face of UDF, as I said, leader of opposition for the last 5 years, so has been leading the UDF, been extremely critical of the previous Pinarayi Vijayan government and has led the front as far as Kerala is concerned. As far as Venugopal is concerned, yes, most of the MLAs were from his camp, but he had a limited campaign, largely was orchestrating and pulling the strings from Delhi, but not really visible on ground. Another factor that went against him. VD Satheesan also has a very clean image, known to be a vocal leader, extremely approachable. All of that has helped in gaining that public support and public sentiment. KC Venugopal, we did say that as far as the Kerala Congress cadre is concerned, the KPCC cadre, they largely opposed him, so much so that there were protests against KC Venugopal and for VD Satheesan in the last 10 days that we've seen this going forward and snowballing. Allies like the IUML with 22 seats, obviously the IUML had a big say in the decision, and IUML made it very clear that they are for VD Satheesan. Why? Because they say public sentiment is for him. That's all that should matter. KC Venugopal lacked that mass appeal, didn't have a support base. Yes, MLAs were with him, but beyond that, absolutely nothing. So between the two, the choice was very clear for the High Command. The only question is, were they willing to take that chance? And clearly, they were. Let me take this back across to Shibi Mole for more details. Shibi, when is the Legislative Party meet expected to begin, or if it already has? Give us a sense really of where the MLAs stand now, because for the longest time in the last 10 days, the constant question was, how will VD Satheesan get the support from the Congress High Command when 40 plus MLAs of the 63 are backing KC Venugopal?
The CLP meeting is about to begin. Just now, Deepadas Munshi, the Kerala in charge, and also the ICC observers had just gone inside the assembly. It's inside the assembly building that the CLP meeting is going to take place. In fact, we were at VD Satheesan's residence, the Cantonment House, which is the official residence of opposition leader. We saw some of the Ramesh Chandratala's side MLAs coming and greeting and meeting VD Satheesan, particularly in person. So, looks like they will have to stay together as a group and lead this fight. So, we're seeing some signs of it, but how much effective it is, to what extent it is possible when we start looking at things practically, is something that we'll have to wait and see. But right now, Satheesan, all the MLAs are reaching out to Satheesan, and Satheesan also trying to ensure that he also understands that he needs the support of his MLAs and ministers moving forward. There'll be a lot of crises, a lot of issues. Remember, the opposition is not just CPM. You have 3 NDA MLAs also in the assembly that are going to fight against the ruling front. So he will need the backing of his ministers and MLAs. But that's the biggest challenge ahead for VD Satheesan. He might have had the support of the party workers, the public also to an extent. But what about your own MLAs and your own ministers? Because KC Venugopal is surely going to take, might have surely placed a demand before the High Command that some of his close people should get some important portfolios. So that was something that we heard from KC sources also, that there will be this demand put forward that main ministries should be granted to his people. So Satheesan, will he agree to that? What will be his take on it? The IUML and the other alliance partners will also have a say when it comes to a lot of ministry portfolios. So a lot of issues, to be honest, in the coming week. And I don't think the drama is ending here with the declaration of the Chief Minister's name. There'll be a lot more coming up within the Congress itself in the coming days, because they have a lot of issues to sort out, from choosing
first hurdle crossed based on what you're telling us, Shibi, and then there are a lot more now, which will be now taken up by VD Satheesan. He's been named, so now the onus will be on him to iron out all of these issues. Shibi, we're going to keep coming across to you for the updates from Thiruvananthapuram. For the moment, thanks very much for joining us. Why VD Satheesan? I gave you a couple of factors that really worked in his favor. But perhaps the biggest is that he is someone who's a grassroots worker, who's worked in Kerala for the last many decades, 6-time MLA. And that itself tells you the goodwill that he's enjoyed among the people. In our next report, we tell you all that you need to know about VD Satheesan and why he's been chosen as the next Kerala Chief Minister.
VD Satheesan, elected as an MLA 5 times earlier, but never made a minister, has found recognition in his 6th innings. Much of his career till 2021 was about missed chances. Never made a KSU chief or Youth Congress chief. Satheesan, now popular as VDS, was in the I group of the Congress led by K. Karunakaran, but was yet an outsider. In 2011, Satheesan was an obvious choice to join the government, but didn't make the cut because the Nair Service Society recommended another leader. So when the Congress lost the election to the Left Front a second consecutive time in 2021, Satheesan put his foot down. With the support of K.C. Venugopal, he sought the post of Leader of Opposition. The High Command overlooked the claims of Ramesh Chennithala and handed the baton to Satheesan. A few doubted the decision. Satheesan was seen as aggressive, uncompromising and too blunt for consensus politics. But that very image soon became his biggest strength. He changed the tone of Kerala's opposition politics.
3 CPM senior leaders are in the jail. The CPM is not ready to take any disciplinary action. Those who are involved in the gold pilferage case, it is a surprise. It's a surprise to the entire Kerala.
No longer reacting emotionally, Satheesan turned the UDF into a disciplined, issue-based force. From the assembly floor to public rallies, every attack on the LDF government was backed with research, numbers and facts. Whether it was allegations around Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board, unemployment, healthcare failures, rising debt, or the growing brain drain from Kerala, Satheesan sharpened the UDF's campaign into a focused narrative against the ruling front.
നാട്ടുകാരുടെ പണമാണ് അവരാരും വീട്ടിൽ നിന്നല്ലത് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇതിന്റെ പേയ്മെന്റും കൊടുക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല അടുത്ത ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ തലയിലാണ് ഇതിന്റെ പേയ്മെന്റ്.
And slowly the Congress-led alliance began reconnecting with Kerala's middle-class youth and frustrated voters. In his role as leader of opposition, Satheesan excelled as an election manager. The UDF won by polls, Lok Sabha elections and local body polls. All strategized by Satheesan, who ensured alliance coordination stayed intact. He even raised the political stakes personally. Satheesan declared that if the UDF failed to win, he would accept political exile. From just 41 seats in 2021, the alliance stormed past the majority mark in 2026, scripting one of Kerala Congress's biggest political comebacks. By then, surveys had already projected him as the most popular chief ministerial face in Kerala. He enjoyed strong backing from the UDF allies, including Muslim League and Kerala Congress factions, while his grassroots image expanded far beyond traditional Congress voters. For supporters, VD Satheesan represents a rare mix in modern politics, which soon was appreciated by the Congress High Command.
Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satheesan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
From being the face of opposition to now becoming the face of governance, VD Satheesan's rise marks not just a personal victory, but a victory for people of Kerala. With Simran Saroa, Bureau Report, India Today.
So in all likelihood, the swearing-in ceremony will take place on Monday. So we'll track that very closely here on India Today. But let's shift focus to neighbouring Tamil Nadu and what's happening there. There's a huge controversy over the kind of comments made over Sanatana Dharma. It's not new considering what happened years ago with Udayanidhi Stalin. That was followed up by the leader of opposition once again making a comment on Sanatana Dharma, calling it Sanatanam. And he said this again in the assembly. So there were criticism that poured in not just for Udayanidhi Stalin this time, but also Chief Minister Vijay saying why didn't he react? Why didn't he object to what Udayanidhi Stalin said? And then add fuel to fire. A TVK MLA, Mustafa, who's the MLA from Madurai Central, has also in fact padded up and added to what Udayanidhi Stalin has said, leading to a whole lot of controversy and questions being asked of the TVK on the subject. Here's the report.
This is a new beginning. A new era of a real, secular, social justice starts now.
The TVK began its term in power by announcing its commitment to secularism. But not long after that declaration, CM Vijay's MLA has reignited the Sanatana Dharma controversy. Aligning with the views of Tamil Nadu leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin, TVK MLA VNS Mustafa backed Stalin Jr.'s call to eradicate Sanatan.
வணக்கம் வெல்க தமிழ் வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதனம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும் நன்றி வணக்கம்
நாங்களும் பெரியாரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம் அம்பேத்கரை வச்சிருக்கிறோம் சனாதனத்தை ஒழிக்கப்படும் தான் நாங்க வந்து களத்துல இறங்கி இருக்கிறோம் முதல் சாராய கடையை மூடி இருக்கிறோம்.
Meanwhile, the DMK has offered its own explanation, saying it only opposes Manu Dharma.
Sanatana is not a concept. The meaning of the word Sanatana is indestructible. What is indestructible is Manu Dharma is indestructible.
The BJP has demanded that Vijay break his silence, as such remarks could damage religious harmony.
Even daring to say things like this should be condemned. And if Vijay really claims to be secular, as he says he is, he should dismiss this MLA from the party and he should not bother about the consequences. Otherwise, it just goes to show that the DVK is going down the way of the DMK and they will also face the same consequences which the DMK has electorally faced for talking about eradication of Sanatana Dharma.
This is not the first time Sanatana Dharma has become a major flashpoint in Tamil Nadu politics. In 2023, then Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin compared Sanatana Dharma with diseases like dengue and malaria.
சிலவற்றை நாம் ஒழிக்கத்தான் வேண்டும், எதிர்க்க முடியாது. கொசு, டெங்கு காய்ச்சல், மலேரியா, கொரோனா இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம எதிர்க்க கூடாது, ஒழித்து கட்ட வேண்டும்.
Now Vijay's next move will determine how he wants his government to function. Will he stand by his own words or continue with the old Dravidian political model? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Sanatana Dharma controversy once again back in focus in Tamil Nadu. But what really is the TVK stand on this? Let me bring in Pramod Madhav for more details. Pramod, on two issues now, Chief Minister Vijay faces fire. One on what Udayanidhi Stalin said in the floor of the House while Chief Minister Vijay was there, and second over his MLA Mustafa's comments. Is the TVK planning to respond to this, tackle this? How are they looking at this particular issue? Do they back what Mustafa said about the fact that they are on the same stand as DMK on this issue?
Well, Akshita, one important aspect here we have to bring also that what happened is that this issue was actually brought in the assembly by the leader of the opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin, who very clearly said that too, using the Vande Mataram issue, that it should be Sanathanam should be eradicated, and that question was put forward to Mustafa the MLA, and for that only he responded claiming that we too have Periyar, we too have Ambedkar, and we are on the ground to eradicate Sanatana Dharma. But when I called him in the morning, had a conversation where he said that he was not even aware where he said, gave such a kind of comment. He said he also claimed that he will look at the video and come back to us, but after that we could not connect him at all. But what Mustafa has done is that on his Twitter page he went ahead and claimed that TVK will not in any form hurt the sentiments of anybody in the state of Tamil Nadu or so. So that is the only kind of explanation given so far. However, when we try to contact TVK over certain issues where TVK needs to respond, they claim that only the flow test has occurred yesterday and they are completely pressed into the official matters of the state government. Tomorrow they have to release 1,000 rupees for almost 1.44 crore women and such. So all these things are they are actually pressed into, and they claim soon they will respond on this, Akshita.
Yes, so far TVK choosing to keep quiet. They're saying that they're addressing other issues, but this is snowballing, especially with national parties like the BJP raising this to say that this is what the parties like TVK and DMK stand for. Pramod, thanks for those details. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. Former Chief Minister, DMK Chief MK Stalin has released a video message in which he's taken the blame for the DMK's loss, saying we will make ourselves better, we'll work on what's happened. But he said that what's played out with the DMK is my fault. The fact that the DMK lost in this election. He's also sought advice, feedback from people while taking to social media. In that message, listen in.
எடுத்துக்கிட்டா திமுக ஒரு பெரிய பின்னடைவை சந்திச்சிருக்கு. அதை நாம் ஏற்றுக்கிட்டு தான் ஆகணும். இது நிச்சயமாக நாம் எதிர்பார்த்த ரிசல்ட் இல்லை. இதுக்கு அவர் காரணம் இவர் காரணம்னு யாரும் யார் மேலேயும் பழி போடாதீங்க. தலைவராக இந்த தோல்விக்கு நானே பொறுப்பேற்றுக்கிறேன். அதுதான் ஒரு நல்ல தலைவருக்கான இலக்கணம். சரி, தோத்துட்டோம், அதுக்கு நான் அதையே நினச்சிக்கிட்டு முடங்கிட மாட்டேன். உடனே அப்டேட் ஆகி மீண்டு வருவேன். நம்ம எல்லாருமே அப்படி தான் வரணும். அதுக்கு உங்களோட ஆலோசனைகள், பரிந்துரைகள், ஐடியாக்கள் எனக்கு வேணும். எலெக்ஷனாக இருந்தாலும் கரெக்ஷனாக இருந்தாலும் உங்ககிட்ட தான் வந்தாகணும். மக்கள் தான் எல்லாம். இந்த தேர்தல் முடிவுகளுக்கு என்ன காரணம்? திமுக இன்னும் எப்படியெல்லாம் உங்களுக்காக உழைக்கணும்னு நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீங்கன்னு சொல்லுங்கள்.
Okay, let's move on and talk about what Chief Minister Vijay has brought onto the ground after taking oath as the Chief Minister. And one of the big focuses has been a crackdown on Tasmac shops, on liquor shops in Tamil Nadu. First an order that said no liquor shops, about 717 of them will be shut. Those which are close to educational institutions, those which are close to places of worship as well. And that was followed by Chief Minister Vijay highlighting that now liquor shops will have to be extremely strict about checking the age of those who buy or purchase alcohol, and so IDs are a must. That verification will be made tighter, stricter. But on that order of shutting down of liquor shops, is that actually happening? Remember, the deadline is still a few weeks away. But my team on ground in Tamil Nadu conducted a reality check to show you a couple of things. Why this is the need of the hour, why there's a need to shut down these Tasmac shops, and whether it's actually started, whether it's actually happening. Take a look at this report.
Tamil
Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay's first big step since taking oath focuses on the youth. Chief Minister Vijay has ordered the closure of 717 state-run liquor shops located within 500 meters of temples, schools and bus stands across the state. These
shops operated by the Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation or TASMAC are to be shut within 2 weeks. The decision has been welcomed by many. In a viral video, a grandmother and residents of her area recount their struggle to get a TASMAC shop near a school shut. Her struggle has finally found an answer. India Today reporters on the ground find the policy revamp has many supporters who expressed fears about increasing alcoholism in society.
There's a video that's going viral about a TASMAC shop in T Nagar, very close to the Shine Velangani school that was being shut. That was the narrative being peddled on social media, and I just want to show you the reality here. The TASMAC shop is still operational. This is just a few buildings away from the Shrine Velangani school, and as soon as the clock struck 12, people started buying their liquor from this TASMAC shop. The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has given officials time till 2 weeks to clear out all 700 TASMAC shops as long as they fall under the 500-meter radius of educational institutions and places of worship.
These images from right outside a college show the concerns are real.
Liquor, it is a huge problem in our state, Tamil Nadu as well. And our CM Vijay has also said a lot about TASMAC. Whatever claims he's made, I hope he's able to live up to them. And I hope he's able to carry it out efficiently.
TVK plus government has closed around 700 TASMAC. It's a very good thing, and I think 700 is not enough. We need lots and lots of TASMACs to be closed.
This is exactly an impressive move by TVK, and this will make a new impression among youth, among women, and especially among elders.
This is not the condition of just one college. In Tamil Nadu, TASMAC currently operates 4,765 liquor shops across the state. Of these, 276 are near places of worship, 186 are near educational institutes, and 255 are near bus stands.
I just want to give you an example of a TASMAC shop that is operating just outside a school. This is in Virugambakam area, the La Chatleen school. This is one of the school gate entry. It's the entry for Viveka Fine Arts Auditorium, which belongs to the La Chatleen school. And if you just come off this gate, there is the TASMAC shop that operates right on the other side of that road. As my camera person Danny is pointing out, you can see that the TASMAC shop is still operating there. The time, however, given is still 2 weeks, and that's why they haven't shut it till now.
But it is also true that TASMAC liquor sales make up a large chunk of state's revenue. In 2025, total revenue from liquor sales crossed 48,000 crore rupees. Chief Minister Vijay's challenge will be fulfilling his promise of addiction-free Tamil Nadu and finding new sources of revenue. With Anaga Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
So we know that there is another 2 weeks to go for their deadline of shutting down over those 700 liquor shops, 717 to be exact. But the reason we did the reality check now is to show you why this is the need of the hour, that there are so many of these liquor shops that are so inappropriately placed right next to schools, right next to educational institutions. And so what the TVK has announced is not just educational institutions, near bus stands too, they will be shut down. Let's bring you a sense. Is this something that's unprecedented? Is this something we've never seen before? Just to put it in context, the AIADMK has also done this. In 2016, on her first day as Chief Minister, which was on May 23rd, Jayalalitha shut down 500 liquor shops. The DMK in June 2023 announced the shutdown of 500 retail liquor shops. And now you've got the TVK, where Vijay has ordered the closure of 717 TASMAC shops near sensitive sites. So here, there's a definition of exactly which shops are being shut. And if you look at the numbers, TVK is promising 717. Many would argue that that number definitely needs to go up beyond that. Let me bring in on this broadcast Revant Charan, TVK MLA from Madurai. Revant, thank you for joining us here on India Today. We've seen 2 announcements in the last 3 days, Revant, all based on TASMAC on a liquor crackdown by Chief Minister Vijay. So then, is this priority number 1 for the TVK to curb alcohol menace?
Certainly yes, because closing down on TASMACs and the working hours, not just it's a multi-factor, because it will lead to women's safety, it will lead to youth empowerment and distract people. So this is something which our Honorable Chief Minister was having in mind much before the elections, and this is something which will touch and benefit the women of the society. So this has been a topmost priority at the moment.
No, so is this the first step that's being taken by the Chief Minister towards perhaps total prohibition? You know, this came up in the Assembly. The PMK raised it. Soumya Anbumani made a very passionate speech about the need for maybe a total prohibition of alcohol in Tamil Nadu. Is that the next step of the TVK?
As of now, the High Command has not taken any decision on that. We will ensure there is no TASMAC shops which will affect the public at large. Nothing in places where there is a lot of public movement, not next to schools and worship places. That's going to be our agenda as of now.
You know, since we're talking about addiction, about bad practices, and so you're seeing that crackdown on liquor, what about drugs, Revanta? A force, yes, has been set up, and Chief Minister Vijay has announced that there will be an anti-drug force in every district of Tamil Nadu. But what next on that front? Because that's a real issue, especially among youngsters in Tamil Nadu.
Yes, in the last few years, especially in the DMK government, there has been a lot of drugs available throughout. Even school kids get access to drugs and narcotics. This is a very worrying sign moving forward, and this is affecting a lot of women and the young children. In order to curtail the easy access, our government is going to form a department just to monitor this and ensure that the access and availability of these drugs is drastically reduced.
Now, so what I've noticed, Revant, is that your party and the government is taking a lot of steps focused on public welfare, and so a lot of headlines as well. But the question that will be asked, and I don't know if you caught a reality check, it shows a lot of liquor shops still very much open. I agree that the deadline is still far away, you still got 2 weeks, but is implementation ultimately a challenge? Because the scale of the problem here is huge. So is it possible to meet that deadline?
Yes, it has been less than 48 hours since the order has been passed by the Honorable Chief Minister. In fact, the MLAs have started to conduct inspections in their respective constituencies and noting down the TASMAC shops which are situated in the areas as mentioned by our Honorable Chief Minister. We have 12 more days to go. Of course, we will do our best to ensure all the TASMACs which affects the public at large will be shut down.
Okay, that's good that you've given us that reassurance. Revant, can I ask you to stay with me? The other big announcement that was made by Chief Minister Vijay was about no hoardings, no giant cutouts, no traffic blocking banners, no flexboard politics, which we see so very often in Tamil Nadu. A glimpse of that on your screens. But on the ground, is that message really being followed? Or are old political habits refusing to disappear from Tamil Nadu's streets? Much like what we've done as far as these liquor shops are concerned, here's a reality check on whether hoardings have actually disappeared from the streets of Chennai. Apurva Jayachandran gets you this report.
They call it political presence, but for the netizens, for the public of Tamil Nadu, and especially people who have voted for Tamilnaga Vetri Kazhagam to power here less than 4 days into new governance, and the banners and posters do not have a break for the people of Tamil Nadu. In fact, this is one just banner that has been set up here at Thiruvanmayur, and if you can see, the banner has completely blocked off the signage of which area we are currently in. This is supposed to be the Kasturi Nagar 2nd Avenue of MG Road, but if you can see here, this banner has been completely blocked off what is the signage and where it is treated. This is one of the major junctions here in Tiruvanmayur, which is a four-way cross junction. You have buses coming on one side. You also have other vehicles, common public, who are inconvenienced by this kind of banners that are erupted. Right on the other end as well, you can see yet another banner that has been erupted over there, blocking the signage very close to the stop sign as well. Netizens question that though the TVK chief Vijay had promised for change, had promised for clean government.
Two hoardings in that one spot that Apurva was reporting from. And Revant, I want to bring you in on this. I've seen that you also posted a lot on social media about directives that you've issued also to remove these hoardings. But has anything really changed? You know, this is something that's so intrinsic in Tamil Nadu politics, this kind of hero worship, these posters, banners everywhere, that is it a challenge to actually remove that mindset?
Oh, this is an age-old culture in Tamil Nadu as such. Not just TVK, but every party has this banner culture. They do it for their favorite actors, for cinema stars and stuff. This has to be cut down, and an official release has been done by our High Command to not entertain any such activities. So as MLAs and as district secretaries, it is our responsibilities to ensure there's no such activities in the future. We cannot promise 100% guarantee, but we'll do our best to curtail these unsafe banner actions.
You call it unsafe. Is that why we're seeing this kind of a crackdown, because you believe it's unsafe? Or is it also about stopping that sycophancy that you see of posters with massive pictures of the leaders, in this case of Vijay, all over the city, all over the state?
No, we can keep banners and hoardings inside private properties and private buildings, but we will avoid keeping it in public places like road junctions or any place where public commute.
Okay, I hope so. I hope we see that becoming a reality, because I think it's enough of hoardings and banners. You have social media. This is no longer a need of the hour to have photos of everyone around. Vijay is a superstar himself. He doesn't need banners everywhere. But Revant Charan, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. You've heard from the TVK making promises that as far as the liquor crackdown goes, as far as the crackdown on hoardings go, they're working on it. They promise that within the deadline, they will ensure it's all implemented. So you can count on us to get you a reality check once that deadline is also crossed on whether we're seeing that impact on ground as well. That's all we have time for in this edition of Super 6. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'm leaving you, however, with a video that's been posted by Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar in conversation with Chief Minister Vijay, congratulating him, giving him a piece of advice as well.
Good evening, Vijay. Fine, thank you. Congratulations, you have created in history. But you should take everyone together. That is very important because youngsters' emotions will be very too high and their aspirations also will be very high. We all are there. We will try to help you out. Whatever what we tell, we will do it. Good luck. Best wishes to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like
I said before, we better own the sin. Like I said before, we better own the sin.
4 states, 4 big verdicts, one changing political map. BJP's historic Bengal win, Tamil Nadu's superstar sweep, Assam's Hurricane Himanta, Congress comeback in Kerala. What changed the game? Anti-incumbency, anti-corruption wave, new schemes and promises, or a sharp political strategy? This week, India Today magazine brings you the definitive post-election analysis from across the 4 states. India Today, making sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon India and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Cupid may wear couture at the Met Gala, but according to the internet, he also seems to leave with a breakup playlist in hand. That's exactly why fans are now convinced Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner deliberately avoided making a joint appearance at the 2026 Met Gala. While the star-studded evening delivered dramatic couture, viral fashion moments and endless celebrity buzz, the couple's absence instantly sparked speculation online. Now, a fresh report claims the duo intentionally stayed away together because of the infamous Met Gala curse. A long-running internet theory suggesting celebrity couples often part ways after walking the iconic Met steps side by side. According to an insider, Kylie and Timothée have consciously avoided making their Met Gala debut as a couple over the past few years due to superstition surrounding the so-called curse. Interestingly, Kylie reportedly became more cautious after attending the gala with rapper Travis Scott in 2018 and 2019 before their eventual split. Over the years, social media users have repeatedly linked several celebrity breakups to the glamorous event. One of the most talked about examples remains Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson, who attended the 2022 Met Gala together before ending their relationship months later. Similarly, Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello also eventually parted ways after appearing together at the event. However, not every Met Gala romance ends in heartbreak. In fact, couples like Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, along with Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas, continue to prove the so-called curse wrong even years later. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
This is a new beginning. A new era.
After a sweeping electoral mandate, Vijay assumed office as Chief Minister. One of his early decisions was to appoint his astrologer as officer on special duty in CMO. Pandit Ricky Radhan Vetrivel, who is considered the man behind Vijay's cosmic connection, quickly came under scrutiny from both allies and the opposition. As controversy escalated, Vijay maintained that his government is committed to good governance and would examine the matter. Following the backlash, the Chief Minister has now revoked Pandit Ricky Radhan Vetrivel's appointment as OSD. The AIADMK took potshots at Vetrivel after his appointment was scrapped, wondering why the astrologer could not predict his own fate. However, sources in TVK described Vetrivel as an important figure in Vijay's journey. He is credited with predicting TVK's political tsunami. Vetrivel reportedly linked TVK's numerology with Vijay's rise in politics. He was once closely associated with late Chief Minister Jayalalitha. He reportedly predicted that Amma would avoid conviction in the disproportionate assets case. But she was convicted and jailed in 2014. After the verdict, Jayalalitha distanced herself from the astrologer. Many of Vetrivel's claims have sparked controversies. In an earlier video, Vetrivel advised chanting mantras to avoid heart attack. Revoking the appointment of Vetrivel as OSD is the first rollback by the Vijay government. The more pertinent question is, why was an astrologer appointed in the CMO? With Pramod Madhav and Anagha Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching the Democratic Newsroom. Welcome. We took a bit of a break during elections. We are back. And the moot point of discussion this evening, Prime Minister spend less advice. Advice or a warning of things to come? Let's open the debate. And I have with me Akshita, Gaurav, Rajdeep and Siddharth Zarabi. Rajdeep, you want to go?
Okay, look, what do you want me to say? I mean, the Prime Minister tells the country not once but twice that you've got to save less, don't buy gold, conserve fuel on fuel, don't travel abroad. It's a message for austerity. I mean, let's go. It's not just savings, it's austerity. And it's not just India, across the world, in the unprecedented global conflict, potential oil shock of a kind we haven't seen since the 70s. Many governments are saying tighten your belt. My problem is not with the message. My problem is A, with the manner in which the message has come, and more importantly, the timing. I mean, for 6 weeks, while the conflict was raging right through the month of April, what were our netas doing across parties? Crisscrossing the country, helicopter rides, giant road shows, political rallies, LED screens, promising all kinds of freebies to people. I never heard the word austerity. I never heard that this country is going, there is an impending looming crisis. Suddenly, elections over, you've given the country a reality check. And that's why there's panic. I mean, the panic has come because the impression was we are economically invincible. If you heard my friend Siddharth Zarabi and his friends, they were saying, you know, Goldilocks moment has come. Now suddenly Goldilocks moment has been transformed, not because of internal reasons, but external shocks, into a moment of concern. So I have a problem with the timing, messaging. I think all of this could have been done more cooperatively. I think Sharad Pawar's got it right. Call an all-party meeting, take people into confidence. Otherwise, there's a fear factor that comes in. My friends in the market are panicking because they don't know what will happen next. They want reassurance at a time like this. I think the Prime Minister is a great communicator, and I think he needs to do that. He needs to also reassure people, not just scare them. And the other little point that I want to make in conclusion is, you know, it's great to know that the Prime Minister is going to cut down his cavalcade. But let's not reduce it to optics. Let's try and make it permanent. Even if there is no oil shock tomorrow, it would be great if all our netas cut down on needless government expenditure. The government needs, austerity begins at home. Please stop telling citizens always, be obedient, stand in line for demonetization, COVID lockdown, now tighten your belt. Please, governments have to do it. All your government servants always travel business class. Wherever you go, all the first rows are always appointed PSU chiefs and government servants. You go to any flight, they don't want to observe austerity, but austerity for the middle class. So I have a problem with the manner and I have a problem with the timing. I have absolutely no problem of the need to tighten my belt. In fact, I've already started tightening my belt, if you see.
We've also lost a little bit of weight.
I've lost a little bit of weight, so I'm tightening my belt.
Siddharth, we want to come in on this because at one end, Siddharth, the timing would be questioned because we're coming in the back of the blitzkrieg of elections where mega rallies, helicopters flying about, road shows where forget about a cavalcade, like you had it all the stops were pulled. So we're coming at the back of it. If there was a real issue, and clearly there is a real issue with what the Prime Minister says, then why not earlier? So the timing will be contended with. But the question I want to ask you also is, Siddharth, when Prime Minister uses COVID-like situation, when Prime Minister says don't buy gold, don't travel abroad, this is scary. It seems that God alone knows what's coming. So what is coming? What shall we be prepared for? Is something going to happen in the next 1 month?
Preeti, the expanding economy of middle-aged men like me in terms of their midriff requires tight belts. So I just want to say that. But there is a broader question and a reckoning. And I would say that we are still a Goldilocks economy. I say this not to be glib, but with seriousness. There has been a massive speed bump breaker that we have hit. It was not designed by India.
Of our volition, yeah. We have, not of our making.
And you know, on this forum and earlier also, we've been maintaining that even if the crisis were to be resolved, the after effects would be felt for several months. Now, why are we here? I don't think fuel subsidy is the bigger question. Please remember that alongside these measures, appeal for people to try and curb wasteful expenditure or needless purchase of gold, nowhere is the central government indicating so far that it will cut capital expenditure or that the welfare state, which is now at its largest ever in Indian economic history under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in the last 12 years, we have increased the size of our welfare state by several 100%. And if you add states, the welfare state that India is now at its largest ever, and I imagine it will continue to grow as our economy grows. So none of those cutbacks have happened. What is the...
Even while our rupee has hit the lowest and...
So great point. So I'll just take 30 seconds. What is the real issue? The real issue is, I read all of this as an attempt to save foreign exchange. That doesn't mean that we have a balance of payments crisis looming, or this is a 1991 situation. Absolutely not. We still have $700 billion. What has happened due to other factors, and that is where the government needs to act. I would say, if you talk about curbing consumption, conspicuous consumption, wasteful consumption, we need to really focus on attracting the big dollars back into India. Our capital market taxation has played an adverse role in knocking FPI investment. They are taking out more than they invest. Of course, FDI is coming in. Some of the big ticket deals announced in Andhra Pradesh that the chief minister there has managed to attract. Or yesterday you heard even Uber announcing a massive investment in India. All of that will work, but that will take multiple years. So acting on the rupee cannot happen through this route.
Allow me to ask you a quick counter, and then I'll go to Gaurav Sawant as well, to explain to our viewers a larger understanding, because we are caught as collateral in what the conflict is escalating in West Asia, right? So if we are caught in the collateral in all of it, earlier, right before the elections, there were other countries which were taking measures. We weren't taking those measures as hard as they were taking to possibly counter the aftermath or the impact of the conflict in West Asia. We didn't take it then. Shall we be prepared in the next 1 month for it to hit it in our face and then say, oh, we've been blindsided and we've been caught, therefore the kind of advice...
He didn't answer, by the way, your question, why didn't we do it for the last 6 weeks?
No,
Why didn't we do it last 6 weeks?
Same question.
Reckless expenditure during the elections.
The honest answer,
the freebies that are being handed over by all political...
I will answer... to go ahead and into an election on a weak wicket. But on just one line.
All parties are announced freebies.
One line.
I want to open the debate.
Let's also agree that how many elections have been conducted in the last 4 years? The government of the day has not increased prices in the last 4 years. This is not the first instance. In fact, there was a cut in December 24.
I'll circle back to you. Is now price rise?
When oil prices global oil prices were low, you didn't pass on the benefit to the consumer, neither in the states or in the center. Now you're passing it on to the salaried employees.
You did say fuel prices go up right after the elections?
I will ask that question. I will circle back to Siddharth on that question. Are we actually now standing on the precipice of fuel rise? I'll come back to you on that question, right? But Gaurav, to bring you in on the timing of it all, because you had 4 elections, 6 months ago you had elections as well. And right before that, before we went into this election season, we saw a lot of countries, not just South Asian countries, but European countries, put in measures to combat what they thought could be the impact of the crisis in West Asia. We didn't do any of that. We thought we were perfectly placed. Why were they doing it? We didn't quite understand. We even mocked them at times. But now we have the we did. We mocked Pakistan, we mocked Bangladesh, and of course, I'm not even getting into that. There have been other European countries that have
compared India to
Pakistan is a basket case.
I'm talking about other European countries which did the same, right? That
we are much better off. We are much better off.
Okay.
Like Siddharth Zarabi said, we are still sitting at, I think on the 1st of May, we were at $690 billion. Correct me, Siddharth. And in February, we were at about $728 billion. So there is no crisis of payment. We are not in a crisis situation.
No, but the Prime Minister says
the Prime Minister did not seek austerity as, there was no fear mongering. I mean, Rajdeep may have been scared and some people may have been scared. Of course, there are times...
No.
I'm saying some people, you said people are scared and all of that.
There is panic. Look at the markets, 3,400 points in 4 days. So, if that's not fear-mongering, what is it? It's panic.
Allow me to finish. I'll come.
The government has not said austerity. The government is saying prudent spending. As Siddharth very rightly pointed out, there's no curve on expenditure or infrastructure.
If you're going to tell people in a country like India not to buy gold, that is austerity, Gaurav.
So,
Gaurav, can you tell me the distinction between prudent saving and austerity, please?
No, so prudent spending is where you look. If you have 100 rupees, would you rather spend that 100 rupees on gold, or would you rather spend that 100 rupees prudently, perhaps food, other things that you require, college
But because
education,
you only have 100 rupees as austerity.
Well, we are not. We are not the world's #1 economy yet. We are on our way to become #3 economy. We're still #4 or 5, depending on where you how you look at it.
Lots of
so you're
asset
still getting
managers,
there.
and Siddharth will correct me, lots of asset managers were advising people to buy gold. Correct me if I'm wrong, because the markets were so uncertain.
So gold remains one of the
gold
safest
remains
asset classes.
exactly. But it also means, while you have your personal assets going up, the country's foreign exchange goes down. Right now, you need foreign exchange. This is not a crisis of your making.
Sure.
You're just grappling with this situation.
Correct.
And, it's actually a disaster if we compare ourselves to that basket case in our neighborhood.
Nobody's comparing ourselves to
But
that.
we have done so much better. We have done so much better than other countries in handling this situation. Look, even Iran, just yesterday, Iran said, we give preferential treatment to India. India has been able to take out crude oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz without paying those $2 million. That's Indian diplomacy at work. We've been able to get it from Russia, from the United States of America, from other sources. But you need foreign exchange for that. When you were getting it from Russia, you were getting it at a discount. $45, $50, $60. Now, if it is $120, when it did, you will have to pay a little more.
Okay, so allow me to bring in Akshita. So nobody's saying that we are comparing ourselves to other nations, but all I'm saying is that if the Prime Minister says what he does, are we now prepared for something worse? And maybe Siddharth can answer that question later. Are we standing at the precipice of price rise, fuel rise, which is imminent, many say. But Akshita, go ahead.
I think it's unpredictable, right? Which is why the Prime Minister perhaps is issuing this kind of a warning. I sense that, it's almost as if damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he didn't warn, we'd be having a debate saying, why hasn't the Prime Minister issued some sort of warning or advice to citizens? He's done it now. He sent across a message, and at no point has he said, we're going to do something. He is advising citizens, saying, do something now. Ensure you take these steps. Maybe it leads up to something. I don't know. But maybe we're jumping the gun if we're saying that it leads up to something, because there's unpredictability right now. The other aspect of it is the timing. Rajdeep, the price rises, fuel prices haven't gone up. And that was one of the biggest questions. After elections, will fuel prices go up? The government is waiting for it. It didn't. What you're seeing is a warning. It's a warning and advice being issued where the Prime Minister, and I remember this, I think a couple of months ago when he spoke in Parliament, he mentioned the word COVID. And I remember everyone asking, oh my God, what is happening? What is happening? Is there going to be a situation? That was a warning. And that was just before the elections. He's issued that warning again, maybe elaborated more on what he expects citizens to do.
And when Rajdeep says when the price was down, it wasn't passed on to consumers then. It's being passed on now when the prices are up. It's still not being. It's still not being. You are not paying more for your fuel right now.
Absolutely. You don't know that. We don't know it. But if it was about timing, it would have happened by now. If it was about timing, it would have happened by now.
No, it can't happen immediately. No,
that was the speculation. One day after verdict, it will happen.
Preeti, I don't think that we are standing on any sort of precipice. Number one, Goldilocks still remains up in the air. There is a speed breaker that has been hit. Economic decisions and pronouncements are complex. For example, we have raised duty on gold. 1 kg of gold for 1.5 crore now attracts 22 lakh rupees of duty. However, we have also gone down the path of free trade agreements. And by the way, the UAE free trade agreement will allow gold to come into India. So it's a question of choice.
Are we standing, like I said, on the precipice of fuel price rise? Will it happen now? Is it imminent?
No. Let's be very clear about it. India's fuel pricing for decades has been subject to politics. I'll just finish. It has been subject to politics by every single administration. The BJP can blame the UPA for oil bonds and vice versa. What do we need? In a country like India, oil marketing companies need some surplus to invest and grow their networks. There is a subsidy program that is underway. That is why the first price rise in this episode in 2 months, let's not forget, was commercial gas. Restaurant prices have shot up, rotiyon ke daam badh gaye hain. So prices have been passed on petrol, diesel. I would be in the camp to say this was the time to pass on calibrated price rises. People will understand.
Are we also looking at very high inflation now?
The WPI component of fuel is 1.92%. For CPI, it is slightly different. However, the price rise has already passed on our indices do not capture the real extent of on-ground price inflation.
I hear you. So are things going to get worse? People just want to know what
prices have already shot up, Preeti. I'm saying
is it
on
going
the
to
ground. On the ground,
is it going to be?
I mean, it's a relative thing. What does bad mean? If your income doesn't increase, 100 rupees roti is bad. But if your income is increasing, it is relative to your income.
What is being projected is that inflation is going to really skyrocket.
Preeti, I think what has really happened is that this has come out as a curb on consumption, which by no stretch of imagination, either politics or economics is good, because a curb on consumption will lead to lesser economic growth, it will lead to lesser government revenue.
Right.
I don't think that is the intent of the government.
Okay, go ahead, Rajdeep.
Look, many years ago, and Siddharth will correct me as to when, there was a lot of debate over deregulating fuel prices. And the government decided to move in that direction. Eventually,
half measures, sir.
That's my point. Eventually, what you've decided in a country like India, fuel is far too politically combustible. And as a result, therefore, oil marketing companies' hands are tied at times. They are tied at the moment for the last 6-8 weeks. My point is, therefore, I agree with Siddharth, if you took people into confidence and explained to them, they would understand. But if you suddenly come with a dhamaka, as I said, the warning should have been done. They were done before the elections. You should have had
you should have laid the ground, you're saying.
No, you should have already done graded price increases. Now you may get a sudden price increase. And that's what the Prime Minister appears to be preparing the country for.
No, that again is speculation. It's just speculating right now.
I'm just, look, I'm not, the Petroleum Minister has said as much 2 days ago, that prepare. You've got to, across the world, prices, the United States to our neighborhood prices, global fuel prices are rising. My point is the political messaging. The political messaging should reassure people, not panic people. I always thought one of the strengths of Prime Minister Modi, has always been to reassure people. In this particular instance, for whatever reason, it set off panic.
I think
I am questioning the timing now.
Please don't prices had gone up. Would you have not questioned why is it done right after an election is over?
No, I wanted it to happen during the election, before it is supposed to be deregulated.
Why should politics decide?
Why should politics decide? Suddenly you are telling during the election you said sab changa si.
Okay, got it. 1 second, Raj, go ahead, make your point.
You have a problem. That's my problem.
I actually think the people of this country are far smarter than Rajdeep gives them credit for. The people know what is good for them when things are happening. They voted in a certain way, then perhaps it reflects what the people in this country think. That's point one. Point two, people are also seeing what's happening in West Asia. They read news, they watch India First and all the other shows, on India Today. And because they watch the show, they know the real position in West Asia, the efforts that are being made, including at this BRICS foreign ministers meeting that we'll know more about at 8 o'clock tonight. So efforts that are being taken.
3,400 points. Everybody is so confident. 3,400 points.
No, 1 minute, madam.
I think you've got to get this right. And Siddharth can correct me. Even before the West Asia conflict, correct me, Siddharth, now. FI outflows have increased. FDI was slowing down. Please answer.
You don't have an AI let me tell you why.
Manufacturing was not robust. A number of leading Indian businesses have also been looking for investment opportunities abroad. FIs were looking for other markets outside India. The capital markets were different post the taxation system. All of this was pre-West Asia. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I will simply say, Preeti, 10 seconds, that a lot of legwork is required on reforms, including to attract foreign capital back into India.
Well said.
If you don't do that, this other side, moving only one wheel and not the other one, will not take the vehicle forward.
No, but I was just reading the Goldman Sachs projection for India's inflation and it looks worrisome. At least with what the latest numbers seem to be.
We've done much better than more. Let's also be fair.
20 years back,
than many other countries.
Inflation would impact people far more. Please acknowledge that there is a huge welfare state. Yes. So the inflationary impact
will be less, you're saying?
Relatively.
Well, relatively less. We'll know when it really happens. But we're going to close the debate right now, only to open it up later because it's just begun. The Prime Minister has given out advisory. This is an advice.
You can hear the rest of the debate on India First.
Well, for
With
now,
Gaurav Sawant.
for now you have to tune
Where
in.
he will compare India and Pakistan and say,
Oh, Lord. Raj is on a roll today. Fine, okay, I'm going to just close this debate. No closing. Up next, to the point. Stay tuned.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
No hacks, no drama. Just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje. Infused with Jeju grown botanicals and powered by K-Beauty Science. Akaje, now in India.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Energy consumption has actually gone up. If I looked at some statistics which my colleagues gave me yesterday, petrol consumption has gone up by 6%. In a crisis, there have been no shortcuts anywhere in the world, no dryouts. Every petrol pump in the country has had petrol, diesel. LPG supply is more than enough. We have done some good things. We have ramped up LPG production. We've brought consumption down a little. Partly it's due to the weather also. But it used to be, I think, 90,000 metric tons per day. Today is about 75. I think it'll come down to 72. But the good news is we are no longer import dependent on our refineries. And that is where really our strength has come from. We have 260 million metric tons per annum refining capacity. We're taking to 270. Our refineries have produced more and more LPG. I've given you a somewhat long-winded thing to say.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Keralam, as a Chief Minister in VD Satheesan, the Congress finally picked a name after 11 days. The Kerala Chief Minister oath, in all probability, could be on the May 18th. We're going to get the latest because the CLP meeting has just gotten over a short while ago. And what we also know is Ramesh Chennithala did not attend the meeting. 61 MLAs participated out of 63. More details coming in. Deepak Joy, another MLA, missed the meeting due to health concerns. But all in all, it does seem that the number of MLAs who had decided to side with KC Venugopal has decided to toe the high command line, which is VD Satheesan as the chief of the party in Kerala, as well as the chief minister. All right, I want to cut across right now to my colleague Shibi Mole, who's joining us live with the latest. Shibi, I believe 7:30 p.m. is when the Chief Minister designate, now VD Satheesan, will be going to meet the governor. Once again, it will be Mr. Arlekar from Tamil Nadu, also has charge of governorship where Kerala is concerned. 7:30 p.m. He'll be making his way to meet the governor, I believe. Has any date been decided for the oath taking?
Preeti, what we're learning is that 18th May, that's Monday, is when the oath-taking ceremony will take place in all possibility. And they've also informed that on 18th May, not just the Chief Minister, the entire cabinet will also take oath. That's been the tradition, Kerala. The entire ministry takes oath on the same day along with the Chief Minister. So that will take place is what we are being told. And on 21st, the MLAs will take oath. So that's been decided as of now. We're waiting for that one final confirmation from the official Congress sources. But as of now, 63 MLAs of the Congress party, they have 63 MLAs right now. 61 of them attended the meeting. One of them did not attend because of health issue. The other one was Ramesh Chennithala, who did not attend the meeting because of the friction that's existing. He's very disappointed with the announcement made by the High Command. But VD Satheesan, the Chief Minister-elect, will be meeting Governor Rajendra Arlekar. Unlike Tamil Nadu, he might not have to keep visiting Governor because he has a clear mandate with him, 102 members. At the end of the day with him, it will be just one visit that we will have to cover.
True.
So with that, it will be
Well,
over.
it's already happening, Shibi.
Congress will
Stay with me. I'm coming right back to you. I just want to take our viewers through the visuals. The car of VD Satheesan, and it's not quite a cavalcade, which is interesting, but it is. He's got the whole security detailing right now of the Chief Minister. And there you have it, VD Satheesan, who switched the light on inside his car, is making his way into the Lok Bhavan to meet the governor of Kerala, who's the same as Tamil Nadu, as Mr. Arlekar has a dual charge of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And going inside, word has it that Monday would be the D-Day for the oath-taking ceremony. So right now, VD Satheesan going to the Lok Bhavan to meet the governor to stake claim. I want to cut across back to my colleague Shibi Mole. Moshmi also joins us. Moshmi, coming to you in just a bit. Allow me to get Shibi into this conversation. So Shibi, those visuals coming in of VD Satheesan pulling into the Lok Bhavan to meet the governor this time. Hopefully, it'll all go off without a hitch. What are we expecting, Shibi? Is the Congress looking and the state unit as a grand celebration where oath-taking is concerned? We're going to get to that. But first, give us the back end of it all, because the CLP meeting has just taken place. Ramesh Chennithala clearly not happy with the way how things have panned out. He was hoping to be picked for the Chief Minister. And there were a lot of MLAs, Shibi. I believe 41 or 42 MLAs that had pledged support to KC Venugopal. But they all seemingly are falling in line right now.
Well, exactly. In fact, that is going to be the biggest task for VD Satheesan also in the coming days, to bring this troop together, because clearly he also knows that most of his MLAs, around 40 of them, are not standing with him. They are standing with KC Venugopal. So in the coming days, Congress will be entering into this discussion regarding the ministries, because they will have to allot ministry to the alliance partners also. All the alliance partners have also performed really well in this election. So they will be staking their claim to the ministerial post. KC Venugopal's people, KC Venugopal, I'm very sure, would have also made this demand that people should be given some important portfolios. So that demand will also be raised. Now, most important part is convincing and bringing back Ramesh Chentala into the troop, because he's a very, very senior leader, the senior most among all three of them. They both KC Venugopal and VD Satheesan grew under him. So he was their leader. That's what VD Satheesan said also. Ramesh Chentala is my leader. I grew under him, under his wings. So in that case, they cannot run this without him. They will have to bring back him, convince him and make him part of the ministry by giving him one important portfolio, something like a home ministry. That's what was done last time. He was the home minister when Congress was in power from 2011 to 2016. So a lot of tasks ahead for the Congress party and VD Satheesan. Most importantly, bringing all of them together, knowing that there's a friction.
Could he very well be the speaker? Is that also a post that is being deliberated for Mr. Chanithala?
Well, no, there's no possibility that he might, stake claim to the post of speaker. Most likely, he will ask for the home ministerial post. But right now, his decision is not to be a part of the ministry. It could also be a pressure tactic also on the High Command and also on the ministry to, at least get the home ministry. As of now, we'll have to wait and see if he continues being adamant, because he has not come out of his house. We don't know if he's actually inside his house also. Phone is switched off. Nobody's answering the calls, nothing. So he's gone missing literally after the announcement has been made.
Well, the other person who's clearly after issuing a statement, because Ramesh, stay with me, Shibi. Ramesh Chentala has not responded to any calls. Phone is switched off. We don't know where he is right now. He did not attend the CLP. So clearly, Ramesh Chentala is an angry man this evening. The oldest of the lot, the maximum experience, both KC Venugopal and VD Satheesan say that it was him who's their leader, but their leader is not happy of not being picked. I want to bring in Moshmi, my colleague who tracks the Congress very closely. Moshmi, I'm sure the High Command was expecting this. Word also coming in, KC Venugopal might have put up a brave front, but he is a depressed man this evening, and Ramesh Chentala is the angrier one.
Seriously, we went to KC Venugopal's house hoping that we could meet him and find out what had transpired, Preeti. But he's not meeting anyone, and perhaps this is not the greatest of days for KC Venugopal. I don't think he's really happy. His body language and everything really indicates that he is really down. So one will have to wait and see how he actually plays the part in this entire swearing-in ceremony, whether he actually goes to Kerala to participate in the swearing-in ceremony, because if Rahul Gandhi goes, then wherever Rahul Gandhi goes, KC Venugopal goes. So, but I was just smiling at the fair bit of drama that's unfolding in Kerala. And interestingly, Preeti, it's not been the only contest between VD Satheesan and Ramesh Chentala, this one. Because 2021, and that's very interesting, when they both contested for becoming the CLP, that race also VD Satheesan won. At that time, Sonia Gandhi was the president, Congress president, and Mr. Kharge was the observer. So two people who played a very intrinsic role in the decision making today have seen this fight play out earlier as well. And at that time round also, Mr. Satheesan won hands down because he had MLA support. So I would say that there will be a lot of sulking. A lot of Delhi netas are under shock. When VD Satheesan's name was announced, they asked me, "Ye kya ho gaya?" So they were all hoping that Mr. KC Venugopal would be announced, and they are also in a state of shock that what happened transpired, that there was a turn of events in favor of Mr. Satheesan.
All right, so what really transpired? That there was a turn of events in favor of Mr. Satheesan. That remains to be understood right now, but it does seem that K.C. Venugopal, very, very depressed. Some would suggest that it was K.C. Venugopal who had installed V.D. Satheesan as the LOP, and he thought that his time had come and V.D. Satheesan would step back and allow him that position and say, my time will come, this is yours right now. So K.C. Venugopal, quite hurt and disappointed, depressed. Ramesh Chennithala, extremely angry is what we've been given to understand. How will he be placated is the big question, and who will placate him? Shibi, I want to quickly come to you on that account. What is happening on the question I asked you? And Moshmi, if you have word on that, how big does the Congress hope to go on the swearing-in ceremony? Because right now, they will have their government in 3 South states and power sharing in 1, Tamil Nadu. Shibi, you want to go first?
Well, we're learning that it is going to be a big, big celebration because they're coming back to power after 10 long years. So naturally, the workers, they could not really enjoy this victory in the last 1 week because of the CM tussle going on, street protest and everything. So we are hearing there will be a huge function that will be organized. Also hearing that the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, they're trying to bring in Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay also to take part in the oath-taking ceremony after the new alliance that they built in Tamil Nadu. That's one thing that the entire KPCC office is talking about. That's one thing that they're all excited about. We have not yet got confirmation. That's something the High Command and the national leadership will have to discuss and take a call on. But otherwise, they're planning a very, very huge ceremony because they're coming back to power after 10 years. And 21 ministers will be taking oath on 18th along with V.D. Satheesan.
Moshmi, you want to come in? What are you picking up from Delhi? The Congress would want to draw as much political mileage out of this event?
Preeti, from the recent performances of the Congress party, this has been the silver lining for them, and especially post the Lok Sabha elections. So I think that it will be a full show of strength. I think it will be a full show of strength by the Congress party trying to woo in the new alliances. It will be interesting whether they call in the DMK as well to participate in the swearing-in ceremony.
Well, interesting. We'll know how that pans out. But I appreciate both you ladies for joining us. Thank you there. It's been a long day for the both of you. Thank you, both Moshmi and Shibi, our crack team. They're getting you the latest from Delhi as well as in Kerala. I want to quickly cut across to our 2 guests. Thank you for the patience already. I know you've been waiting for a while. Joining me, R.K. Radhakrishnan, senior journalist, as well as Nirmal Ibrahim, columnist and political analyst. Mr. Radhakrishnan, as per you, what is it that swung it for V.D. Satheesan?
Yeah, the mere fact that he put the election together. In fact, after 2021, where morale was at its lowest ebb, Congress getting defeated for a second time, this is the guy who actually built it up. 2024, maybe everybody's, was in on it. But then 4 by-elections. It is unprecedented that every single by-election was won by the opposition party. That too, Satheesan was very confident he is winning every single by-election. Not a single Congress leader was that confident, number 1. Number 2, the local body elections. Satheesan told many of us that they are winning at least 7 of the corporations, and he definitely said we are winning Kollam. 7 of the district panchayats, and he said he's definitely winning Kollam. We never thought this. Ever since Kollam corporation was created, it's always been with LDF. How do you even believe this chap when he comes around and tells we are going to win Kollam? They won Kollam. They won even Kozhikode. So the fact is that this is a man who believed, and even after this election, he said that they are going to win more than 100. When I myself did not believe that, I said between 82 and 85. So that was a number that I put, but nobody in Congress believed that they are going to win over 100. Satheesan put the number at 100 plus. So that is Satheesan's confidence. It is not just confidence. He knew that they were winning, and that is why Satheesan has to be the face. Now, the Ramesh Chennithala's problem, very briefly, is that when Satheesan was in school, 1982, Ramesh Chennithala was a minister in the Karunakaran cabinet. That is Chennithala's problem. Come on, it's 40 plus years. And obviously, he wants to be the leader. He wants to be the chief minister. And he's the most unluckiest person on earth, so to speak, politician on earth, 2004, he could have easily become a cabinet minister. Unfortunately, every single congressman lost that election. 2009, he was the man responsible for building up the Congress party from the rubble of what K. Karunakaran left at that point of time. But then he could not be recognized again because he couldn't make it to the central cabinet. So that is where Ramesh Chennithala sends. I really, my heart goes out to Ramesh Chennithala, a good friend. But then if this is Satheesan's election, Satheesan should be chief minister.
All right, this is Satheesan's election. Satheesan should be chief minister, and you just heard the reasons on why he was, many would suggest, if there is natural justice in politics and it comes very rare, then it has been served this time in the state of Kerala. Nirmal Abraham, let me bring you in on this. What's your take? Why VD Satheesan? How is it that KC Venugopal lost out till late last night? Everybody in Delhi was putting their money on KC Venugopal.
No, I agree with what the previous panelist said because, right from the moment he assumed office as leader of opposition, remember, he assumed office when UDF suffered a similar defeat that LDF has suffered now, 41 seats. So from that stage to get back to 102 seats is a great achievement itself, and also all the by-elections. Not only did he win all the by-elections, he won it by a huge margin, and he predicted the margin. So, for example, Pudupalli, they won by 37,000 votes. He predicted that they will win by 35,000 votes. Palakkad, he predicted that they would win by 15,000 votes. Congress had a majority of 18,000 votes. So in all of the constituencies, he made the right prediction, which means that he knew the constituencies really well. Adding to that, the other important thing is the local body elections, as he rightly mentioned, because for the last 30 years or so, LDF, regardless of what happens in the assembly, LDF has dominated the local body scene. So in the last time, it was the first time in 30 years that UDF dominated the local body elections. So on all accounts, he deserves to be the chief minister. As far as KC Venugopal is concerned, look, I'd like to think that people who voted for Venugopal, the MLAs who stood up and voted for Venugopal, only did it out of fear and ambition. It's like a principal summoning a meeting and asking, do you want to vote for me or the HOD? And all the teachers would end up voting for the principal, of course. And that's what happened. So I don't think he deserved it this time. And Chennithala, really unfortunate because look at his resume. KSU president, NSUI president, KPCC president, AICC secretary in charge of many states, leader of opposition, two-time minister, four-time MP, six-time MLA, youngest minister in Kerala, youngest MLA of Kerala at the time. Great resume, but unfortunately, he does not have a space here. The only opportunity he received was 2016 to 21, where because of COVID, LDF struck back and got back in power. Now he's missed that boat, and I'm afraid he will miss it forever because in 2031, he'll be nearly 75 years old, and there will be more people. KC Venugopal will come up next time saying, no, I sacrificed my seat, I want it back. K. Sudhakaran would come up and say, I sacrificed the entire position. I was the KPCC president, I want it back. And there are more leaders growing up within the party. K. Muralidharan is another example. Shashi Tharoor wants him to get it. He wanted to be the CM too. So the competition will be harsh. Next time, we'll probably end up seeing a season.
And that is only, Mr. Abraham, if you have VD Satheesan who gives anybody the space, because he's young, relatively, for Indian politics, 61, and I'm sure he's not going anywhere or ceding space to anyone, especially if you've seen how he's conducted himself in the recent past. I want to take just final comments. And Mr. Radhakrishnan, let me come to you. And, for a moment, if we focus on who you say is your dear friend, Mr. Ramesh Chennithala, how is it that the Congress now placates him? Because he's clearly very, very angry and disappointed. Is it Home Minister? How?
No, it's very simple. Chennithala has to be moved to the central leadership in a leadership position. And I think that he is a much, much more suited candidate than KC Venugopal in the role of an organization secretary. Very simply because he reads the tea leaves much better than, KC Venugopal, who has not really done a stellar job, even in Tamil Nadu for that instance. If he had pushed really hard, KC Venugopal, the Vijay Congress alliance would have happened in December. In fact, I was talking to Sunil, the strategist of Congress, and I said, look, these two people, young, in their 50s, Rahul Gandhi and Vijay, jointly doing a campaign, that would actually stir the entire bloody Tamil population. Sorry for the, expletive. But the point happens to be that opportunity was lost. From September onwards, September of 2025, when Rahul Gandhi actually made the call to Vijay after the Karur stampede, this has been on and off, on and off. The organization secretary should have taken the call. He did not do that. He did not force Rahul Gandhi to come together to this. Chennithala should be in the central, decision-making body. Rahul Gandhi is better served by Ramesh Chennithala than KCV.
All right, Mr. Abram, you want to weigh in on that? How does one really, the Congress, placate Ramesh Chennithala?
Well, the only thing that I think they have to make sure that he doesn't move out of the party and move to the BJP, not that it would make a big impact, but the Nayak community is, at least the leadership of the Nayak community is siding with or has sided with Ramesh Chennithala, although the other two contestants were also from the Nayak community, Satheesan and KC Venugopal. So that's something they have to make sure. The other big challenge in front of Satheesan, I know you mentioned Satheesan is here to stay, but imagine the crisis that he's getting into in terms of the party. He has to make sure that the Satheesan, he has to make sure that the KC camp is happy, that the RC camp is happy, that the People's camp is also happy, because the leader of the opposition this time, unlike in the last 70 years, there are three oppositions. One is LDF. Two, for the first time in the history of Kerala, BJP has won 3 seats. They're gaining more vote shares every other time, so they will be a strong opposition. The third opposition is the most dangerous opposition, which is the Congress party itself. They have internal factions, infighting. I'll give you one example. The names of the MLAs who sided with KC was exposed. V.D. Satheesan knows that, exactly who it is, and he knows that a lot of people backstep. We don't know how that internal politics is going to work out. So it's going to be interesting and challenging as well. And Kerala has a very strained budget, so all the promises in the manifesto is also going to be hard to fulfill.
You're right there, and Mukul Vasnik will be fairly embarrassed with that one picture that exposed what it did. But thank you, both gentlemen, for taking the time out and joining us this evening. We'd like to have you again on Monday when the oath-taking takes place. Appreciate it. With that, I want to head into a quick break, but we leave you with visuals of V.D. Satheesan right now at the governor's residence, Lok Bhavan. Very, very happy, all smiles there. And he would be now staking claim and taking oath on the 18th, which is Monday. Leave you with that. Thank you for joining us.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Aquaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-Beauty Science. Aquaje, now in India.
Act of desperation by a farmer in Maharashtra. Bhagwan Sable set 600 sacks of onions on fire after traders quoted a price of 1 rupee per kilo. The farmer from Tintaraj village in Dharashiv district had spent over 80,000 rupees per acre for cultivation. Earlier, he had sold 70 sacks of onions for just 4,000 rupees.
मैंने वो एक गाड़ी मार्केट में प्याज की लेके गया तो सिर्फ मुझे 1 रुपए का भाव मिला। जब 1 रुपए का ही भाव मिल रहा है तो प्याज रख के मैं क्या करूं, इसलिए मैंने वो 600 बोरी को आग लगा दी।
There is widespread resentment among farmers in Marathwada. Farmers in the region have faced a double blow this time, falling prices and unseasonal rains. They are struggling to recover even their production costs.
अभी मंडी में फिलहाल वक्त आपकी लागत तो पूरी इतना भाव है?
नहीं, कुछ भाव नहीं, उसको 100-200 रुपए कुंटल चालू है।
कितना रुपए कुंटल जाना चाहिए?
कम से कम 2000 रुपए कुंटल जाना चाहिए।
सरकार से कुछ कहना चाहिए?
हमें भाव चाहिए कम से कम 2000 रुपए कुंटल।
भाव चालू 100% 500 खर्च येईल आम्हाला 70,000 रुपये।
ते बी बाहेरून सगळं उधार आहे दुकानदाराचं बी भरण फवारण्या सगळं बाहेरून आहे.
Most farmers are facing a debt problem. They are now hoping for relief from the government. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Aquaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Aquaje, now in India.
There's no doubt that with this kind of uncertainty regarding West Asia, it's always a good thing to avoid unnecessary spending, avoid gold imports. And gold is my favorite topic. You know, gold, the Afghans used to call it Sone ki chiriya. India has got something like 18,000 tons of gold, which is a lot of all the gold that has been produced in the world, and your ancestors didn't produce any gold. So all the gold was imported from outside, and in a way it's a waste of money. So if the Prime Minister is asking people to avoid importing gold, avoid unnecessary ostentatious expenditure like destination weddings, we should be happy. This call could have been given in all times, but this is particularly important now because, as you know, the exports and imports, we export more when we save more. We import more when we spend more than what we earn. So that's the
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Aquaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Aquaje, now in India.
Talapati Vijay. The name is enough. From being a superstar to Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay has come a long way. One thing in his spectacular journey has remained unchanged: the selfie culture. From the name-ready selfie during the Master movie trailer event which went viral, or his selfie at the oath-taking ceremony. It has always been lights, camera, action for Talapati. Since stepping into politics, he has consistently been seen engaging with fans through photographs and selfies at public events. Wherever Vijay goes, he is always ready to say cheese. With Simran Saroa, Bureau Report, India Today.
तो मेरा जेनजी से सीधा सीधा देश के युवाओं से सीधा सीधा पूछना है कि ऐसे ही चलेगा या कुछ करना है। ऐसे ही हर साल आप देखो 2017 में पेपर लीक हुए, उसके 4 साल बाद 2021 में हुए, उसके 3 साल बाद 2024 में हुए, उसके 2 साल बाद 2026 में हुए, अब उसके 1 साल बाद 2027 में होंगे और हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता है। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है। इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
प्रेजेंटेड बाय अडानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. The world is in turmoil. There are two very major meetings that are taking place, both in Asia, trying to find a solution to the crisis in West Asia and much more. So the BRICS foreign ministers meeting in Delhi and US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping, their summit in Beijing in China. Can dialogue and diplomacy find a way forward, peaceful way forward, or will guns boom again? Big story coming in from Delhi, where Iranian media is quoting Iran's foreign minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi launching a frontal attack on the United Arab Emirates on the issue of the conflict in the region. Incidentally, this comes hours after the UAE actually denied a statement by Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office that the Israeli Prime Minister, had secretly visited the UAE during the conflict, to which Syed Abbas Araghchi responded saying words to the effect, those colluding with Israel to create fissures will be held to account. Iranian media has quoted Araghchi saying, telling the UAE, your alliance with the Israelis did not protect you either, and you should reconsider your policy towards Iran. I'll tell you more, and I'll get you more on this story. India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, he raised the critical issues, including ongoing conflict, economic uncertainties in the region, and the challenges that the entire BRICS grouping faces in trade, in technology, other developments that are shaping the global landscape, the conflict in West Asia, for example. He said this merits particular attention. Safe and unimpeded maritime flows through international waterways, including the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea, he said, remains vital for global economic well-being. Dr. Jaishankar also said BRICS must also address the increasing resort to unilateral coercive measures and sanctions that are inconsistent with international law and the UN Charter. Such measures disproportionately affect developing countries. These unjustifiable measures cannot substitute dialogue, nor can they pressure or replace diplomacy. Of course, the BRICS foreign ministers also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They called on the Prime Minister. This meeting is happening today and tomorrow at Bharat Mandapam. But let me now shift focus and tell you what's happening in China. US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping, they've held high-stakes talks dominated by trade, by tensions over Taiwan, and of course the escalating situation in West Asia involving Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. Xi Jinping called US-China relations the world's most important as he hosted a state banquet for the US president in Beijing. At the dinner, the US president praised earlier talks between two nations as extremely positive. The meeting delivered warm optics, promise of continued engagement, but those deep fault lines between the two largest economies, they remain unresolved to a very large extent. I'll get you much more on this big story, but there's breaking news coming in. There's breaking news coming in, and that's a domestic story. Big legal trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal and former Delhi Education Minister Manish Sisodia. So for former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and former Education Minister Manish Sisodia, the Delhi High Court is to begin contempt of court proceedings against the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal and other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Manish Sisodia. Justice Sharma had earlier refused to allow Arvind Kejriwal's plea, wherein he sought her recusal from hearing this CBI appeal against the Aam Aadmi Party leader's discharge order. The justice in the High Court earlier today said, following the order wherein she refused to recuse herself, the Aam Aadmi Party's national convener had adopted, in her words, in this order, adopted the route of vilification and intimidation. And that's extremely serious. A sitting High Court judge is starting contempt of court proceedings against a former Delhi Chief Minister and the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that he's resorting to vilification and is attempting to intimidate a sitting High Court judge. The High Court justice further said, instead of challenging the order before the Supreme Court, Arvind Kejriwal had orchestrated a campaign of vilification and dragged the order on social media with the intention, in her words, to ridicule her. Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and others had refused to attend hearings. Arvind Kejriwal actually posted a video on social media platform X explaining why he was boycotting court proceedings. Now, Delhi excise policy scam hearings will be heard by another bench, and Justice Sharma-led bench will only hear contempt of court case against Arvind Kejriwal. And I quickly want to cut across to bring in India Today's Srishti Ojha, who's been tracking this story very, very closely. give us details. So one, there is Arvind Kejriwal, the former Delhi Chief Minister and the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. Who are the others along with Manish Sisodia against whom these contempt proceedings are to be initiated? And bring us details of what Justice Sharma said.
Well, Gaurav, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have clearly found themselves in yet another legal trouble. Now, remember, we know some of them were discharged in the excise policy CBI case, which was challenged by CBI before the High Court. Now, since then, Arvind Kejriwal has been trying to get the judge in the case to change. His request, however, was dismissed earlier by the judge herself. Since then, we have seen several social media posts being shared by Arvind Kejriwal and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Several posts, several allegations against the concerned judge. He even decided to boycott the proceedings and shared a detailed video and wrote a letter to the judge against the same. Now, the High Court has finally taken cognizance, and according to the High Court, all the material that has been shared by these leaders are contemptuous. The High Court has now initiated criminal contempt proceedings against not just Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, who were the accused in the case, but also against other AAP leaders, including Saurabh Bhardwaj, Sanjay Singh and Vinay Mishra, for resharing posts and circulating several material which, according to the High Court, was completely false. And according to the High Court, the idea, the basic goal and motive for them to share these posts was to create a false narrative, not just against the High Court judge, but even against her family members, which was basically an attack not just on one court, but on the entire institution itself. According to her, false videos have been circulated, and just because she decided to remain quiet till now does not mean that there's no action that the judiciary as an institution can take in these cases. She has, however, decided to not hear the main case. According to her, it's more important for the court to take cognizance of the actions, of the contemptuous actions that have been committed by these by the persons involved.
Srishti, but explain this to our viewers. Explain this to our viewers. An accused in any case, can the accused say, I will not appear before so-and-so judge, and he may file a plea, he or she may file a plea, but should that plea be turned down? Does this, as Justice Sharma points out, amount to one, intimidation of a judge and criminal intimidation, and does it amount to contempt of court, and how?
Well, Gaurav, what we've seen happen in this case during this entire time when the recusal application was filed and what happened with the Arvind Kejriwal boycotting the proceedings is very rare. But the High Court has answered your question itself today, where the judge clearly said that she's not initiating contempt action because Arvind Kejriwal or the other leaders criticized her order or did not like her order. She even said that just because he wanted her to recuse from the case does not mean that he was wrong. But if he was not okay, or if he did not agree with her order where she dismissed his recusal plea, he should have gone to the Supreme Court. There were legal remedies that he had available. Instead of that, he went to social media and started a social media campaign with personal allegations and false allegations against the judge and also family members. So she has time and again, while dictating the order, multiple times she tried to clarify this, that she's not initiating this contempt action out of anger. She's initiating this contempt action because a message should not go to the general public that just because a favorable order is not passed in favor of a political figure, that means you can intimidate the judiciary or you can intimidate by the judge by making false allegations. Whether or not it is criminal contempt is something that would be eventually decided once the court continues to hear this case. Back to you.
Keep tracking that story, Srishti. I will come back to you for more, because it's very clear, howsoever high you may be, the law is above you, and this country will be governed as per rules and of law, not kangaroo courts and street justice. You have an issue with court, you approach a superior court. You have a problem, you approach a bigger bench. But vilification of the judiciary, and that too in social media, will only create, if once ignored, it could lead to others doing the same. Is that kind of chaos and anarchy that we're looking for in our country. I now want to come back to our story on the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the BRICS grouping, and now, of course, a much larger grouping. The BRICS foreign ministers, their meet kicked off in the national capital this morning. And of course, while there's a very important meeting that's happening here in India and a huge grouping, there's also a meeting that's happening simultaneously in China with the United States, US President Donald Trump visiting Beijing and meeting Xi Jinping. But let's talk about BRICS for a moment. In his opening remarks, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, he called for safe and unimpeded maritime flows through international waters as the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of global oil and gas supplies pass. And this remains under a blockade. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, was there. Dr. Jaishankar added that this meeting will address key global issues. He noted that expectations from this grouping, from BRICS, they're constantly increasing. External Affairs Ministers, Foreign Ministers, envoys, Deputy Foreign Ministers from several countries, they're a part of this meeting. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi was among those leaders attending this very crucial meeting, and Araghchi arrived in India on a flight carrying the Minab 168 reference. So I'll show you those images of that aircraft. Remember, wherever he flies on board that aircraft with Minab 168 written, because that sends out a very clear message to the world. 168 little schoolgirls, their families, their teachers, they were killed in a US and Israeli missile strike in Minab at a school when this conflict started. Araghchi called on fellow BRICS member states to condemn the US and Israel over what he called was their unlawful aggression against Tehran. Listen in to the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, also listen in to Sayyid Abbas Araghchi. I'll get you more on that story.
Excellencies, we meet at a time of considerable flux in international relations, ongoing conflicts, economic uncertainties, and challenges in trade and technology and climate are shaping the global landscape. There is a growing expectation, particularly from emerging markets and developing countries, that BRICS will play a constructive and stabilizing role. In this background, our discussions today are an opportunity to reflect on global and regional developments and to consider practical ways to strengthen our cooperation. Development issues remain central. Many countries face challenges on energy, food, fertilizer, and health security, as also access to finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both. Climate change remains a pressing concern.
The Strait of Hormuz is now suffering first and most from the US aggression and the blockade that they have imposed on it. As far as we are concerned, the Strait of Hormuz is open for all commercial vessels, but they need to cooperate with our Navy forces. So we have not made any obstacles. It is Americans who have made blockade, and I hope that that could be ended by the removal of this illegal blockade imposed by Americans.
These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter. While ready to fight with everything we have in defense of our freedom and our soil, we are equally ready to pursue and defend diplomacy. As I have repeatedly stated, there is no such thing as a military solution to anything related to Iran. We Iranians never bow to any pressure or threat, but we reciprocate the language of respect. As much as our powerful armed forces remain ready to exact devastating retribution on foreign aggressors, my people are peace-loving and do not seek war. We are not aggressor in this sordid situation, but the aggrieved.
Now, on the Iran-UAE tensions, Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, said, and I quote, "It was revealed just yesterday that Netanyahu had traveled to UAE during the war. It was also revealed that they participated in these attacks and may have even acted directly against us. Therefore, the UAE is an active partner in the aggression and there is no doubt about it," unquote. Now, this statement came after Israeli Prime Minister's office said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had traveled secretly to the UAE during the war and that he even met Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu's office said that the meeting resulted in a historic breakthrough in relations between the two countries. But the UAE's Foreign Office denied this secret meeting, calling these reports completely unfounded. And do keep in mind, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will embark on a five-nation tour that starts tomorrow, starting with the United Arab Emirates and then, of course, 4 European nations, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy. Now, in the United Arab Emirates, Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeks to strengthen the comprehensive strategic partnership between India and the UAE. He will meet President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, both describe each other as my brother, and discuss avenues to further deepen the focus on trade, investment, energy, technology. Energy partnership is huge between the two countries. That's a huge area where they intend to increase cooperation. Defense and strategic ties is another area. The Prime Minister is likely to reiterate his condemnation of attacks on the UAE, expressing solidarity with the nation. Over 4.5 million Indians work and contribute to the growth of the UAE and the partnership between the two countries. The UAE is also a key energy supplier for India, being the 4th largest source of crude and 2nd largest source of LNG and LPG. Discussions are also expected to prioritize strengthening of energy cooperation between the two countries. India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan joins us for more. Also with me is Dr. Wael Awad, senior journalist and an expert on West Asia. Geeta, these deep divisions that we see between Iran and the UAE, are they impacting the overall BRICS unity and the effort to build a consensus?
Well, absolutely. The Indian administration and officials are going to try very hard so that there can be a joint statement, as was the case when the Russia-Ukraine war had become very important during the G20, and yet India could manage a summit-level joint statement. Over here, they're trying very hard, but as some reports are emerging of the spat that the Iranian had with the UAE representative during the sessions, it's quite clear and evident that this is not going to die down, and any dilution is something that will not be acceptable to either side on the statements that they want be added in the joint statement.
Geeta, stay with us. Dr. Awad, you know, these reports that are doing the rounds about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his own office put out a message that there was this secret visit to the UAE. UAE issued an official denial. What does this reveal about the state of play in West Asia?
Well, I think, Gaurav, the timing of it is the main concern for all the parties, especially at the time when the American and the Israelis trying to drag the Arab country into a direct confrontation with Iran. So therefore, such kind of an announcement may cause some kind of turbulence, especially also with the rift between Saudi Arabia and UAE. However, this only can give you a single indication that this kind of relation has come out into the open from the secret and covert that they have been between the two countries. Having said that, I would say that the Abraham Accord have already put Bahrain and UAE on the same platform with Israel. So therefore, there is a strong bond among these three countries currently, among the GCC country, while most of the GCC countries stayed out.
Yes, while you mentioned this confrontation between UAE and Iran, today Syed Abbas Araghchi, or just as he arrived in India, the Iranian foreign minister spoke of Kuwait targeting an Iranian boat and taking 4 Iranians as prisoners. Before that, there were reports that Saudi Arabia had targeted Iran. Before that, there were reports that UAE forces had entered Iran and targeted various strategic points, vital assets and vital points, including the Lawan refinery. So are the Arabs and the Persians already at war or at the cusp of war?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are at the brink of the war. But also, let me add to you one exciting development also, that there was a military base for Israeli drones inside Iraq, secretively being built for the last 2 years and have been attacking. And Iran denied a couple of attacks on the other Arab countries. And they said, use the Chinese or the Russian satellite. You remember, we talked about it. And then to show that there was an attack on the, not from the Iranian side. So that gives you an indication there are sinister plot to bring the Arab country, as I said, into a direct confrontation. But nevertheless, Iran also have been damaging most of the infrastructure in the military bases of the United States in the region, which these military bases, Gaurav, become more of a liability, not as an asset, where the Arab country were thinking that the American give them protection, while now it is the Arab country protecting the American bases.
True. Geeta, can BRICS effectively either mediate or help de-escalate this rising tension between Iran and the UAE, considering they're both members of this grouping, and a grouping that importance of BRICS is only increasing in the world?
Well, that's right. It has become a clear alternative to many countries who feel stifled by the coercion that they faced from the United States of America, and therefore they are looking at and looking to BRICS as a clear forum that is more representative of a changed world order. But what has happened right now is the West Asian crisis, Gaurav, the conflict with Iran has changed dynamics in West Asia. So having those members here right now, we do not know what kind of a role will India be playing in at least ensuring some semblance of a middle ground and a workable path for all countries, because should this conflict come to the BRICS table, it will have a debilitating impact on the bloc itself and how the bloc can grow and function. Because as of now, we understand some reports saying that there are about more than 24 countries who have applied to be members of the BRICS. So it's a growing bloc, and India a very key member of that bloc. So again, we'll have to wait and see how this really pans out.
A founding member of this very powerful grouping called BRICS, and many say that this is truly representative of the new world order. The global south countries, Dr. Awad, coming together. What are expectations from BRICS foreign ministers meet, and especially on the situation in West Asia? Is there expectation of forward movement on the Strait of Hormuz, because the BRICS grouping is impacted by it, and it has very powerful members, whether Russia, China, India, countries that are directly impacted by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, of course, apart from UAE, Iran and other countries, sir?
Well, I believe most of the country, barring only Iran, wanted to free maritimes from the Strait of Hormuz, and they are also opposing to the Iranian, asking for loyalty to pass through. So, but the Iranians saying that the war have changed the paradigm of the war have changed the dictation on this, and they have reached already to a statement or a structure that they are applying it right now, and they allowed more than 30 ships, by the way, today to pass through. But that's not the issue here. I think India, for my own understanding, I would think that India could be more clever than the Pakistan or the Chinese in bringing the three rivals into a table or a secret kind of a diplomatic talk, where India can use its influence to let them reach some sort of a consensus, not to inflame this war or widen this war into West Asia, because nobody can afford this war, especially India, which is having, as you know, the main stakeholder in this region, in food security, oil security, and diaspora, including now the reservoir petroleum that India is looking for a contingency plan with these countries, especially with the visit of the Prime Minister to UAE, which is going to be a very fruitful visit, because India now thinking strategically also to make sure that the disturbance of the supply line should not be happening in any eventuality.
Oh, absolutely. And unlike, that state sponsor of radical Islamist terror that you mentioned, India is very honest. India comes with a very pure intention, no vested interests except seek global peace, Geeta. But tell me this, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Geeta, indicated preferential treatment for Indian cargo, crude and gas tankers. I believe 15 have now been escorted out safely. is there a specific signal that Iran is giving out to India in this grouping, and especially when you've interacted very extensively with Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, the foreign office spokesperson, you've been on ground. So what is their thinking specifically when it comes to India?
Well, India does hold a special and an important role when it comes to Iran. And there are few countries who have engaged Iran in the manner in which it was done during and all through the years when Iran was under sanctions. And India is one of those rare countries. We've had a bit of a difference when it comes to the recent past, especially during the conflict. But the fact that there was the movement towards engagement happened sooner. And then you had the Deputy Foreign Minister visit India not so long ago. Now the Foreign Minister is here. So it's an important time and an important moment for India, really, when it comes to how it's engaging Iran. And also important because the Strait of Hormuz, no matter what the status is in the future, and should it change, should it be under Iranian control, should there be tolls, there'll be some countries like China, like India, who might not have to suffer the tolls that maybe other countries, especially GCC countries, might have to.
So, Dr. Awad, before I let you go, I just want to understand, you understand India very well. You've worked here very extensively. You understand this entire region, the West Asian region, very well. How is India handling this situation in terms of being on the table with Iran, Russia and China? And so India is a core part of BRICS, SCO, Quad, I2U2, Prime Minister's visit to the United Arab Emirates before he heads to Europe. Your takeaway on key expectations and key results here?
Well, you said it rightly, Gaurav. I believe the three pillars of the BRICS countries is India, which is the emerging economy in the world. And then you have the Chinese, the largest importer of oil. And then you have the Gulf country, which is the largest exporter of oil. And Russia is also one of the exporter of oil. So you have the three pillars here. Russia, China, and India can play a major role, in fact, in bringing the South-South cooperation and the South voice to be heard. And India is not an exception. India, I believe it can do its job in the BRICS, in the Shanghai group, in the G20, in any format. What we are expecting India to be more proactive. And I'm saying it here again and again, because I believe India has to put its voice down on the table and make sure all the parties concerned should listen to Indian voice or point of view. It's nothing that India is taking side. It's India concern of its own safety of their own citizen. In the region, more than 10 million Indian there. No one can afford any kind of a catastrophe, especially India. And I think India has to put it on the table very seriously with all the stakeholders.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Dr. Wael Awad, always a pleasure listening to you. Geeta Mohan and Dr. Awad, many thanks for joining me. Do keep in mind, when India speaks, it's not just for 1.4 billion Indians, but India speaks for the developing world, for the global south, whether it's their concerns on oil, gas, or equally, if not more important, fertilizers that's required for food security, for agriculture. But I now want to shift focus to the other big meeting that's going on, and that's in Beijing. This meeting between US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, the optics were all right. There was a lot of pomp and pageantry, but it's the substantive outcomes that we will talk about in greater detail. Conversations on trade, oil, Iran among the topics discussed at this very high-stakes meeting that lasted nearly 2 hours. On trade, President Trump pushed China to buy more made-in-America goods, including oil, soybean, beef, aircraft. He sought easier access for US goods to Chinese markets. Reports indicate that there is also talk of limited easing of restrictions on advanced AI chip sale to China. Because remember, it's always give and take. On Tehran, President Trump urged Beijing to help put pressure on Iran as tensions continue to spiral in West Asia. Both leaders agreed that Strait of Hormuz must remain open for global energy supplies. China opposed tolls on vessels crossing this very important strategic route. But beyond optics and agreement, what else can China do is one question that we'll seek answers to. On the very critical issue of Taiwan, President Xi warned that mishandling of the issue could actually push ties towards conflict. China is expecting to seek limits on future US arms sales to Taiwan, especially on Washington DC's continued backing or their strategic ambiguity on the Taiwan question. What was achieved on day one? Both leaders projected unusually positive optics. Xi Jinping said the common interests between the two countries outweigh their differences. Donald Trump called Xi a great leader. President Trump also invited President Xi Jinping to the White House on the 24th of September. That's the time that he'll be coming to the United States of America for the UNGA, signaling a desire for sustained high-level engagement. The US-China trade truce appears in place for now. It's eased some fears on renewed tariff war, but both countries also agreed on the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. Major issues also remain unresolved. No breakthrough on the issue of Taiwan, no concrete Chinese commitment on putting pressure on Iran, and no formal extension of the truce. Key disputes over tariff, market access, rare earth minerals restriction, technology rivalry, these are issues that remain unresolved. Washington DC has reportedly cleared some Chinese firms to buy the NVIDIA AI chips, but no deliveries, according to reports, have taken place. And despite positive atmosphere, the atmospherics were all right. That deep strategic distrust between the number one power and the country that wants to replace the number one power, that continues to overshadow talks. Now, before I get you more on the story, let's listen in to US President Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
So, what's the view in the United States on these latest developments? Michael Patrick Mulroy is former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, former CIA, former U.S. Marine, joins me on this special broadcast. Michael, as always, such a pleasure having you on the show. The optics appear all right. State banquet at the Great Hall, talk of moving forward hand in hand. Two great leaders being together in once-in-a-century event. But beyond optics, as far as the United States is concerned, what, according to you, are substantive takeaways so far?
Well, good to be with you again and your audience. I think as you laid out, it was basically the three T's, right? So it was trade, technology, and Taiwan, of course, and President Xi brought that up almost immediately. And it was, from diplomatic talk, was pretty pointed when it comes to the need to be very careful on that front, because that is where he sees that the U.S. and China could actually come into a military confrontation. And then, of course, I believe from President Trump's perspective, that he really wants to see China step in and put a lot of influence on Iran to help end this war between the United States and Iran, and of course, open up the strait, which President Xi's already called for publicly. But obviously, I think President Trump knows that China does have influence on Iran, and one of the few countries in the world that does and could really make a difference there. Right.
How significant is President Xi Jinping, in a way, warning the US president about that Taiwan question, that could push US and China towards conflict? Now, is he, in a way, reiterating the Chinese red line that if this Taiwan situation is mishandled, everything could go south? Does this reflect either Chinese anxiety, or is Beijing trying to use this issue as a leverage for broader negotiations with Washington, D.C. to extract something from the U.S.?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. They see that the United States is in somewhat of a difficult situation in a war that we obviously started, and President Trump wants to end and get out of. And there's no easy path out, without major escalations potentially. So when it comes to Taiwan, there is, a a loggerhead, to be frank. I mean, the United States has a Taiwan Relations Act, which requires the United States, and this is self-imposed, but it is a law, to support Taiwan militarily, not with direct military interventions, but with arms and armament sales to Taiwan. And there is a $14 billion already approved sale of weapons being held back by the president right now that would go to Taiwan. Of course, from China's perspective, they view that as a serious concern because they want to eventually unify China, and in their words, it's part of the Chinese Communist Party platform. And the more support we give to them, the harder that would be. So this is going to be something that's always going to be an issue between the United States and China. But it can be balanced. It has been balanced, and it's really important for both countries to do so in a way that doesn't bring us into direct conflict, because it's not just China and the United States that would suffer from a war between the two countries. That would have massive global impacts on every country. Just think about just the war between the U.S. and Iran and how that's already having an effect around the world. I can't even imagine what would happen if this was a war between the U.S. and China over Taiwan. So that's important for both countries and the rest of the world to be concerned about.
But are you concerned? Because President Xi Jinping seemed to have, a deadline in mind. Initially, what was thought to be 2047, he seemed to have wanted to bring it to 2027. Is he in a position to do so, given what's been happening inside China? Two former defense ministers in prison, sentenced to death but suspended sentence, hundreds of generals axed, many sent to jail. Is he in a position to wage that war on China? Point one. In your, now I want you to wear your CIA hat for a moment.